Hello guys, welcome to my channel, and today I'll be reading Doing Philosophy by Timothy Williamson. I hope you guys enjoy this video as much as I will. So let's go for it. Introduction. Jean-Pierre Rives is a rugby union legend. Give me 1 second. Livewire captain of the great French team in the years 1978 and 84. He was an unforgettably dashing figure on the field with long, wild blonde hair and often a blood-stained shirt. In a newspaper interview, he explained his thinking about tactics. The key, he said, is to have a clear and distinct idea of what you're trying to achieve. Then you should break each complicated move down into its simplest components, make them intuitive, and build it back up from there. Without naming the iconic French philosopher René Descartes between 1596 and 1615, Rives was following both. His signature emphasizes on the need for clear and distinct ideas, and one of his rules for the direction of the mind, Rule 5. French schools teach philosophy and it has unexpected uses. Philosophy also has dangers. Rives did not recommend another part of Descartes' method, his radical strategy of doubting whatever he could, including the whole world outside his mind, in order to rebuild science on the firm foundation of the few remaining certainties. Extreme doubt may not yield supporting success. Anyway, Descartes did not live up to his own high standards. He relied on dodgy old ways of thinking to prove God's existence and then used God to resolve his doubts. Even at the time, many philosophers found his solution unconvincing. His reasons for doubt were like Frankenstein's monster, which he constructed but could not control. That is the problem of skepticism. It's often dismissed as a non-issue or of interest only to paranoid philosophers. But don't forget the public relations consultants called in by politicians and business to undermine inconvenient scientific discoveries like global warming and the harmful effects of smoking. Those consultants have a slogan: our product is doubt. They know they can't prove the scientists wrong. Their aim is just to create enough confusion to make people think the experts can't agree, so there's no point worrying. Climate change skepticism isn't a harmless philosophical eccentricity. It's a threat to future generation. Descartes' starting point for reconstructing knowledge was his knowledge of his own inner thought. That too still has strange echoes. In March 2003, the United States under President George W. Bush and the United Kingdom under Premier Minister Tony Blair invaded Iraq and overthrew Saddam Hussein's regime, claiming that it had weapons of mass destruction. The claim soon turned out to be false, and in a 2004 speech defending his actions, Tony Blair said, "I only know what I believe." He hadn't known that there were WMD, but he had known that he believed that there were weapons of mass destruction. He tried to divert attention away from the question of testable evidence out there for weapons of mass destruction, of his inner sincerity. Philosophy also plays a role when we recognize that the people of the region have endured a long history of human rights abuses. We can do so because we have an idea of human rights. Philosophers played a key role in developing that idea, notably in the same period as Descartes, Hugo Grotius, John Locke, and others. Philosophy isn't something totally aligned to us. It's there already in our lives in trivial ways and important ones. But what is philosophy? What are philosophers trying to achieve? Traditionally, philosophers have wanted to understand the nature of everything in a very general way: existence and non existence, possibility and necessity, the world of common sense, the world of natural science, the world of mathematics, parts and wholes, space and time, cause and effect, mind and matter. They want, they want to understand our understanding itself, knowledge and ignorance, belief and doubt, appearance and reality, through truth or falsity, through and language, reason and emotion. They want to understand and judge what we do with that understanding, action and intention, means and ends, good and bad, right and wrong, fact and value, pleasure and pain, beauty and ugliness, life and death, and more. Philosophy is a hyper ambitious. That brief description raises an obvious question. Since scientists study many of these topics, how is philosophy related to science? They were not always separate. From the ancient Greeks on philosophy, including natural philosophy, the studying of the natural world. To cut a long story short, through the 16th and 17th centuries, natural philosophy turned into something recognizable as natural science in the modern sense, especially physics. Pioneers should, as Galileo and Newton, still describe themselves as natural philosophers. Some philosophers were also scientists and mathematicians, including Descartes and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. But natural philosophy or natural science developed a distinctive methodology with a key role for experimentation, exact observation using special instruments such as telescopes and microscopes, measurement and calculation. Increasingly, this child of philosophy has looked like a rival and mortal threat to its parent. For philosophy and natural science seem to be in competition to answer the same questions about the underlying nature of reality. If it is a duel, philosophy seems to be outgunned for it only as thought, while natural science has those other methods too. If philosophers insist that they are better at thinking than natural scientists, who will believe them? To change the metaphor, the philosopher is cast in the role of the lazy man lecturing us from the comfort of his armchair about how the universe must be, while the scientists go out to look and see how it really is. If that's right, isn't philosophy obsolete? Thus, the rise of modern natural science has provoked a slow burning crisis of philosophical method. Much of the subsequent history of philosophy can be interpreted as a series of responses to that crisis of method, attempts to find something, anything that philosophical methods can do better than scientific ones. Those attempts have often involved drastically scaling down the ambitions of philosophy, as later chapters will explain. In my view, the supposed opposition between philosophy and science assumes an overly narrow, one size fits all conception of science. After all, mathematics is just as scientific as natural science like physics, chemistry, and biology, all of which constantly rely on it. Yet, mathematicians don't do experiments like philosophers, they can work by thinking in an armchair. This book explains how the methods philosophers use are appropriate scientific methods for answering their questions, which are questions of the traditional ambitious kind. Like mathematics, philosophy is a non natural science, and like mathematics, it is not yet a fully mature science. Admittedly, many contemporary philosophers are anything but scientific in their approach. This book is about doing philosophy well, not about doing it badly, though what counts as doing it well itself contested. Many philosophers will hate my picture of how to do philosophy. I leave the reader to judge. This book explains uh, uh, how to do philosophy. I leave the reader to judge. This book explains how philosophy can answer questions of consciousness. The reader might sometimes react, but do I do already? But I do already. That's exactly the point. Philosophy, like all science, with starts with ways of knowing and thinking all normal humans have, and applies them a bit more carefully, a bit more systematically, a bit more critically, interacting that process over and over again. Though the contributions of thousands of men and women over thousands of years, it has taken us to places of the intellect no one person unaided could ever have reached. Most people, especially children, from time to time ask themselves questions containing seeds of philosophy, just as most people ask themselves questions with seeds of physics, biology, psychology, linguistics, history. The great difficulty is in identifying and providing the conditions for those seeds to grow. Without those conditions, each generation is stuck with lots of seed and no fruit. I have been doing philosophy for a while, over 40 years. It is still one of my greatest sources of pleasure and frustration. I hope that this book will convey some of the pleasure and not much of the frustration. 2. Starting from common sense. Common sense in philosophy. There is a story of a traveler who asks the way to somewhere and is told, if I were going there, I wouldn't start from here. The advice is useless because no one has no choice but to start from where one is. The same applies to any inquiry. We have no choice but to start from the knowledge and beliefs we already have, and the methods we already have for getting new knowledge and beliefs. In a phrase, we have to start from common sense. Of course, that doesn't mean we have to end at common sense. We hope to go far beyond it, but can we ever completely escape our reliance on common sense? Don't we bring it with us on our journey? Imagine someone suffering from continual hallucinations. He can't rely on his own experience, he can't even rely on others' reports of the experience because he might be hallucinating those reports too. He is no fit state to participate in any natural science. Thus, even the most sophisticated natural scientists must presuppose that their senses have not gone haywire. At least to that extent, they still rely on common sense ways of knowing. Just like natural science, philosophy never completely escapes its origins in common sense. Some philosophers have been firm defenders of common sense, or at least much of the common sense of their own time and place. Examples are Aristotle, Thomas Reid, and G.E. Moore. Others seek to escape what they see as its errors, though never with total success. whereas natural scientists tend to leave their reliance on common sense methods in the background, simply taken by granted. Philosophers are more likely to foreground it, often because they're not quite easy about its status. This recurrent, self-conscious engagement with common sense, asserted or questioned, is one aspect of philosophical method. So, what is common sense? What does common sense include? Humans start with more or less the same cognitive capacities. There are some exceptions, of course. We can look and see, we can listen and hear, we can touch and feel, we can lick and taste, we can sniff and smell, we can manipulate, we can search, we can remember, we can imagine, we can compare, we can think, we can communicate our thoughts to others in words and pictures, and understand what they say and show to us. In such ways, we learn about our environment, each other, and ourselves. We come to know the world of which we are part. Much of that knowledge comes naturally or casually as we grow up and live in the world, even without formal education at school or university. By common sense knowledge in a society, I mean wherever most of its members know. Thus, common sense knowledge varies from one society to another. In modern societies, it's common sense knowledge that the sun is much larger than the earth. In Stone Age societies, that wasn't common sense knowledge. In a Serbian speaking society, it's common sense knowledge that the word scrivnu means red. In other societies that isn't common sense knowledge because few of their members understand Serbian. But not all common sense knowledge varies so much. In every human society, it's common sense knowledge that people have ants and blood. Common sense beliefs in a society are whatever most of its members believe. All common sense knowledge may be common sense belief, but not all common sense belief is common sense knowledge. For if a belief is false, it isn't knowledge. In an isolated society where everyone believes Earth that Earth is flat, they don't know that it's flat simply because it isn't. They may believe that they know that it's flat, but that belief is false too. Similarly, in a racist society, most members have false beliefs about people of other race. They are common sense beliefs in that society, but not common sense knowledge, simply because they are false, so not knowledge at all. Even if members of that society believe even if members of that society believe that their common sense beliefs about other races are common sense knowledge, that further belief is false too. It's hard to distinguish between common sense knowledge and common sense beliefs in one's own society, but often members of another society can tell the difference. I'll apply the phrase common sense not only to common sense knowledge and common sense belief in a society, but also to the usual ways of thinking which produce that knowledge and belief. Common sense questions, physical, philosophical questions. Humans, like many other animals, are curious. We want to know. It's good to have lots of knowledge. It comes in handy in all sorts of unpredictable ways. Common sense thinking includes asking all sorts of questions. Many concern quite particular matters. Where's the milk? Who's that? Who's that over there? Others have more generality. How do you make cheese? How long do mice live? Others are more general still. They include what is questions. A child drinking a mug of milk may ask, what is milk? She knows well enough how to apply the word milk, but she still wants to know what milk is. She may be told how milk comes from cows and mothers. In that case, an answer is already common knowledge in her society. In other cases, the answer might not be yet common knowledge or even common belief. For instance, some people may ask, what is honey? Knowing that it can be found in bees' nests, but not how it got there. They may ask, what is water? For instance, when puzzled by how it can freeze to ice and unfreeze again, science begins with such questions, as well as with questions about properties and specific kinds of plants and animals. They are not questions about words or concepts in our minds, but about the stuff itself: milk, honey, water. We can eat or drink words or concepts. The questions continue. What are the sun and the moon? What is fire? What is light? What is sound? There is no natural division between these questions, which we now regard as the beginnings of science, and questions are now regarded as the beginnings of philosophy. What is space? What is time? Those questions are asked both in physics and metaphysics, the branch of philosophy concerned with reality as a whole, not in totally different senses. Concerned with reality as a whole, not in totally different senses, though they may get different answers. Natural science began as natural philosophy. What is questions going what is questions go back to the beginning of philosophy. Plato asked what is justice and what is knowledge, still central philosophical questions. He was not asking about ancient Greek words or concepts, but about justice and knowledge themselves. Of course, they are not stuff like milk, honey, or water. You can have a pint of justice or a kilo of knowledge, but that is not a difference between philosophy and natural science. Biology answers the question, what is life? And many others, but life is not a stuff. You can have a pint or a kilo of life. There's a distinction between living and non-living things. One task for biology is to explain the underlying difference. Similarly, there's a distinction between just and unjust actions. One task for philosophy, especially political philosophy, is to explain the underlying difference. There's a distinction between knowledge and ignorance. Another task for philosophy, specifically epistemology, is to explain the underlying difference too. Common sense recognizes life, justice, and knowledge. Our natural curiosity make us want to understand them better. Of course, thinking about common sense distinctions sometimes make us dissatisfied with them. The ordinary words with which we draw them may be too vague, or muddle together several different distinctions, or mark only superficial difference that can happen in both philosophy and natural science. We may need to introduce new terminology to mark clear or deeper distinctions and create a more helpful framework for further investigation. Common sense is the starting point, not the end point. Common sense as a check on philosophy. Common sense is not a mere point of departure for philosophy to leave behind. It remains in another role as a check on the philosopher's provisional conclusions. I once had a colleague who presented his theory of perception in a lecture. A student pointed out that the theory entailed that it is impossible to see through a window. My colleague's theory was refuted by the common sense knowledge that it is possible to see through a window. I see through one as I write. Any theory inconsistent with common sense knowledge is false. For whatever is known is the case. So whatever it is inconsistent with is not the case. Another example, metaphysics such as John McTaggart have argued that time is unreal, meaning that nothing happens after anything else. That is inconsistent with the common sense knowledge that people often eat breakfast after they get up. Thus, the metaphysical theory is refuted. Contemporary philosophers often rule out philosophical theories by showing them to be inconsistent with common sense knowledge. There is an obvious worry about using common sense as a standard by which to judge philosophical theories. What if we are mistaking a false common sense belief for a common sense knowledge? In some societies, they believe torture is not wrong. Indeed, they believe we all know that torture is not wrong. Philosophers in such a society may think they have refuted a theory of human rights by showing it to be inconsistent with common sense knowledge because it implies that torture is wrong. Isn't that refutation deluded? The worry is that appeals to common sense are just a disguise for reliance and on popular prejudice. In judging philosophical theories, such suspicions are especially strong amongst philosophers with views expired by the modern science, because they regard common sense as pre-scientific. Bertrand Russell called it the metaphysics of savage. For instance, on the basis of Einstein's theory of special relativity, some philosophers deny that the present is more real than the past and the future. They will not be impressed by appeals against them to common sense. They regard it as embodying an out of data understanding of time and space. Another theory inconsistent with common sense beliefs say that there are only atoms or fundamental particulars in the void. Some philosophers controversially take that to be a lesson of modern science. On their view, there are really no such things as the large-scale objects of common sense, no sticks and stones, no tables and chairs, although there appear to be large-scale objects, really there are none. But now the dangers in a radical reflection of common sense starts to emerge. For to whom do there appear to be large-scale objects to us humans? Presumably, things don't appear anyway to a fundamental particle, since it has no mind. But humans are large-scale objects too. So, on the radical view, there are no humans. Thus, it doesn't even appear to anyone that there are sticks and stones, nor is it merely convenient to use words like stick and stone, since there is no one to use them. Indeed, there are no words, since words are not fundamental particles. Isn't this getting out of hand? There is an issue here for natural science as well as for philosophy. Natural science is rooted in our capacity to make observations. If a scientific theory implies that there is nothing capable of making observations, isn't it cutting off the branch? Isn't it's the branch it's sitting on? Even if one tries postulating observations without an observer, they too would involve large scale events of the sort being denying, sort being denied. A theory is undermining if it is incompatible with the possibility of obtaining evidence in its favor. That goes for theories both in natural science and in philosophy, since obtaining such evidence ultimately depends on common sense methods of knowing through the senses. There's a limit to how far defensible theories can disagree with common sense. The disputed role of a common sense as a check on philosophical theory raises a more general question. What kind of evidence have we to go on in philosophy? Fallibility about evidence. Many philosophers treat appearances as the gold standard for evidence by which to judge theories in both natural science and philosophy. On their view, a good theory must save the appearance. In other words, it should accurately predict how things will appear to us, or at least avoid inaccurately, inaccurately predicting those appearances. Now, a theory can accurately predict the appearance, yet still say that those appearances are false. For instance, it can predict that the moon will look to us much larger than the stars, and consistently add that the moon is really much smaller than the stars. A more radical theory might even predict that it will look to you as if there is a moon much larger than the stars, while adding that really there are no stars and no moon out there at all. There are only figments of your imagination. What the theory must not predict is that the moon will look to us much smaller than the stars. If saving the appearance suffices for fitting the evidence, then ultimately the only evidence you have to go on right now is how things appear to you right now. Whether you're seeing the stars and the moon or merely hallucinating them, or your evidence includes the fact that it appears to you as if there are stars and much larger moon. Why equate our evidence with how things appear to us? What makes the equation appealing is this though. I might be wrong about how things really are, but at least I'm not wrong about how they appear to me. But are we really infallible about how things appear to us? To use appearance as evidence for or against a theory isn't enough that they simply happen. For instance, a theory predicts that if you do a particular experiment, a spot will appear to move. Once you do the experiment, using the result for or against the theory requires you to judge whatever a spot did indeed appear to move. Judgments can be right or wrong. We humans are fallible in making judgments, even about how things appear to us. If no spot appears to move, I might still convince myself otherwise, because I am committed to the theory and make the biased judgment a spot appear to move. Whatever our evidence is, we are fallible in making judgments about it. Sometimes we get it wrong, even if we do our best to counteract our unconsciousness biases. We may fail. Thus, there is a flaw in the argument. May only evidence it is appearance to me, because we can be wrong about everything else, because it sets a standard for evidence that not even those appearances meet. In any case, equation evidence with appearances runs contrary to the spirit of science. That spirit requires evidence to be checkable, repeatable, open to scrutiny by others. Momentary appearance to one person do badly on all those tests. In that respect, common sense does better because it is shared and can be checked. What papers in scientific journals see as evidence are the actual results of experiments described in a large scale physical terms. Such descriptions are more precise and technical than descriptions of our surroundings in everyday terms, but closer to them than to descriptions merely of how things appear to someone. The case of natural science suggests that the quest for a kind of evidence about which we are infallible is a wild goose chase. Whatever evidence is, what we treat as evidence will sometimes turn out to be false. No scientific procedures are designed to provide 100% guarantees against error in practice. Rather, they are designed to facilitate the correction of errors in the long run. That is the best to which philosophy too can aspire. Both philosophy and natural science must rely in multiple ways of our, on our ordinary human capacities to learn about the world in common sense ways. Both must therefore develop strategies for responding to the danger that what we have treated as knowledge is in fact false. The human condition means that we cannot rely on prevention alone, for occasional errors are bound to creep in despite our best efforts. We also need methods for diagnosing and curing errors in what we treat as our evidence after they have occurred. In practice, therefore, we must allow a right to appeal against supposed evidence, but such a right does not imply that as soon as anyone questions a piece of supposed evidence, we stop treating it as evidence. That would make unsupported challenges decisive, which would allow a mischievous skeptic to bring both philosophy and natural science grinding, grinding, grinding to a halt just by mechanical questioning whatever was produced as evidence rather to deserve to be taken seriously. The critic must offer good reasons for doubting a specific piece of supposed evidence. Those reasons themselves had better to be based on evidence which can in turn to be questioned. Chapter 3 will discuss such disputes in more detail. The reliability on common sense. On the picture sketched in this capture, if common sense is totally out of touch with reality, then neither philosophy nor natural science has much chance of putting us in touch with reality, since both are ultimately too reliant on a common sense methods of knowing. But isn't the assumption that common sense is not totally out of touch with reality rather optimistic? For one, common sense beliefs have evolved to be practically useful rather than true, or even approximately true. And don't the difference in common sense between one society or time and another suggests that their common sense do not mirror reality? Those statistical arguments are unsound. First, true beliefs tend to be more practically useful than false beliefs. Second, we tend to find disagreements in common sense more surprising and so more interesting than agreements, which were expected and so are boring. Since our attention is on the disagreements, we are likely to overestimate the extent of disagreement compared to all the background agreement. Experience suggests that any two groups of humans in contact with each other will manage to communicate. The differences in common sense are not too deep for communication. If one seeks actual cases of common sense achieving practical usefulness without truth, the best place to look out would be at human and non-human animals, for human vanity or solidarity does not prejudice us in their favor. Think of a leopard stalking a herd of impalas. Both species surely have their own common sense ways of learning about their environment. It is plausible for that those ways are totally out of touch with reality. Not at all. For both leopards and impalas, it is literally a matter of life and death. Who know where there's a member of the other species nearby, and if so, where. They have evolved to be good at acquiring such knowledge. We can often explain why a particular leopard or impala acts as it does by attributing just such knowledge to it. Of course, like us, they are fallible and sometimes have false beliefs. An impala may falsely believe that no leopardo is nearby, but what explains the error is a leopardo's skill or luck, not the impala's total detachment from reality. Naturally, leopardos and impalas knowledge mainly concerns the tiny fraction of reality of practical interest to them, but within those limits it is impressive. It, it certainly impressed me when I watched impalas interacting with a leopard in South Africa. It is biologically implausible to deny common sense knowledge to non human animals. It is just as biological implausible to deny common sense knowledge to human animals. Ascribing such knowledge involves no favoritism towards ourselves. There is good evidence for it. The practice of testing philosophical theories against common sense knowledge is thus quite reasonable. So, too is the practice of challenging alleged cases of common sense knowledge given specific grounds for doing so. It can be hard in practice to say just what should count as part of our evidence, but the same goes for natural science too. Evidence is always the principle open to challenge. 3. Disputing. Two sides of an argument. Conferences on philosophy have much in common with academic conferences on anything else, but in one way they differ. Amongst philosophers, a lecture often matters less than what follows Q&A, the question and answer period. That is when the speaker's arguments and conclusions are put to the test. Questioners propose counterexamples, elect fallacies, discern ambiguities. In response, the speaker fights for the life of their cherished ideas. Exchange continue back and forth over several turns. The rest of the audience watches and listens keenly, as if following a chess match, trying to work out who's winning. Sometimes a draw is offered with the words "it's a standoff" and tacitly accepted. Sometimes the chair intervenes to cut short a stalemate. There is a code of signals to the chair. A raised hand means a new question. A raised finger a follow-up on the current point. A serious conference may schedule an hour for the question and answer after each talk. When it comes to the outcome, the chess analogy is misleading, since it suggests that once the exchange is over, it's clear who won. But the rules of an argument are much less clear than the rules of chess and can themselves be disputed. So, two sides may disagree on the legitimacy of effect of a move. The chair is so umpire or referee and doesn't rule on such matters. There may be no consensus on who had the better of the exchange. Perceptions can depend on prior theoretical commitments. Indeed, the exchange may itself have been partly or wholly on legitimacy of moves in the lecture. Some philosophers are unhappy with this model of philosophical discussions as gladiatorial combat. Those who lack the confidence to step into the arena and consign to the passive role of mere spectators, yet self confidence is not highly correlated with insight. What has single combat to do with the search for truth? There is something in such worries. When the philosophical climate goes bad, aggressive bluster or suave sophistry can silence carefully reasoning. But to discourage sharp-edged questions only exacerbates matters by making it easier for high prestige speakers to bluff and get away with bad arguments. If the emperor has no clothes, everyone should feel entitled to say so. I once heard a lecture by well-known scholar of the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, arguing that Nietzsche's philosophy is not merely academic theorizing. It, if taken serious, it transforms only lives into something radically different and unconventional. In question and answer, in Q&As, another graduate asked him how come in that case he was professor of philosophy delivering an academic lecture in a conventional way to student philosophy society. The Nietzsche scholar was affiliate dismissive. I don't see the relevance on that question. Everyone else in the room did. The emperor may not enjoy being told he has no clothes, but he can still benefit. He may even take the radical step of getting some. As for the Nietzsche scholar, 20 years on, he remains a professor of philosophy in the same respectable department, regularly publishing academic volumes on his usual themes. Ad- admit- Admittedly, I gave a very partial view of philosophical discussion. I presented it as a zero-sum game, where one party's gain always equals the other party's loss. Many exchanges in Q&A are straightforwardly comparative. Audience members may suggest additional evidence for the speaker's idea, or new applications of it, or ways to generalize it, or modifications of it in the spirit of the speaker's aims, or ways to simplify a supporting argument. The threat of an objection does not always lurk behind a request for clarification. Nevertheless, the phenomenon of two sides arguing against each other is too central to philosophical practice to be dismissed as misbehavior. Moreover, it is connected with the starting point of philosophy, for how is one to discover the limitation of one's common sense and get beyond them? A natural answer is by meeting someone whose common sense is in conflict with one's own. By arguing with each other, both sides have the opportunity to test the strengths and weaknesses of their starting points. In politics, it is sometimes wise to brush disagreements under the carpet, since the alternative may be disunity, or even violence. Intellectual inquiry does not flourish under those conditions. It requires relevant disagreements to be got out of into the open, not muffled up. I have occasionally experienced philosophical cultures in which hard criticism was frowned on. They were deeply hierarchical. Those lower down the hierarchy were not supposed to question those higher up. It is an ideal habitat for error. A feel good slogan is that discussions should be constructive, not destructive. It sounds like a platitude, but imagine telling city planners that they should always have built houses and never knock them down. What happens when space is in short supply and flying up with bad housing? In philosophy, good and bad ideas compete for attention, which is also in limited supply. Of course, the slogan that discussion should be destructive, not constructive, would be far worse. But we need to get beyond such simplistic slogans if we are to understand better what kinds of discussions will help us most to answer philosophical questions correctly. Adversarial philosophy. A useful comparison is with the adversarial systems for settling legal disputes. Each side has an advocate to argue its case as strongly and effectively as possible. In a criminal trial, there is the prosecution and the defense. This is one widespread format for getting at the truth in cases of disagreement. The idea is to ensure that each side gets a fair hearing for what to work properly. Each side must be competently represented by someone willing and able to find and present the favorable evidence and arguments. The system has obvious disadvantage, for instance, when one side is more competently represented than another, but it also has advantage over the system of the single investigating magistrate. For even the fairest of magistrates is still human and may reach premature conclusions, become dismotivated from pursuing alternative lines of inquiry, and so miss the truth. The adversarial system is well designed to provide adequate motivation for each side of the argument. Similarly, considerations apply to philosophical disputes. Although lawyers argue on the side that pays them, while philosophers usually argue on the side of their intellectual sympathies. Both have strong incentives to argue well. Like defense and prosecution lawyers, philosophers often argue for what others see as a lost cause. The reason is different, though typically they become overattacked to their own ideas. This is not a peculiarity of philosophers. It is natural human trait. With pardonable exaggeration, the great physicist Max Planck said that truth triumphs in science not because its opponents are won over, but because they die. Such obstinacy is not all bad. It ensures that ideas are given every chance to overcome criticisms rather than being abandoned prematurely. When two senior philosophers argue some issue out with each other in public, with prestige and stake, it is often clear that neither of them will ever persuade the other. Even so, it is not a waste of time if there are uncommitted students in the audience making up their own minds as to which of the two is having the better argument. Sometimes, even more like lawyers, philosophers argue on behalf of an idea they do not really believe in, just because they think it deserves to be taken seriously. The legal comparison reminds us that court cases under both adversarial and non-adversarial systems often result in unjust verdicts. The challenge is to find specific changes in procedure that would make such verdicts less likely. Just saying that courts must proceed constructively would not help. Similarly, error often triumphs over truth in philosophical debate. The challenge is to find specific changes in procedure that would make such results less likely. I wish I knew how to meet that challenge. The diverse, the adversarial, the adversarial system requires a judge and perhaps jury to adjudicate between the two sides to reach a decision. In philosophy, there is less urgency about reaching a decision than in the courts, but insofar as anything plays the role of judge and jury, it is wider community of philosophers. The first requirement for it to play that role is a disposition to listen carefully to what all parties say. The second requirement is an appreciation of the rules of argument. I know many philosophical communities that do well, though very far from perfectly on both scores. Because such virtues are prized, each generation tends to learn them from its predecessors. Of course, there are by no means exclusive to philosophy. Education, by its nature, favors and inculcates the philosophy. Education, by its nature, favors it. Likewise, education and experience in any academic discipline fosters appreciation of the rules of the types of the argument characteristics of that discipline. For instance, in the case of mathematics, the rules of mathematical proof in philosophy, the interpersonal disputation plays such a large role that philosophers and surprisingly tend to have an unusually sensitive appreciation of its underlying rules. When careful listening and appreciating of the rules of arguments are widespread in a community, bullying, bluff, and sophistry are typically counterproductive because they make the perpetrator look stupid. There is a corresponding incentive for those with good points to make them because they can expect to be listened to. Naturally, there is also the fear that if you make what feels to you like a good point, it may be found out by others to be a bad point after all. Oh. Some level of such a fear is no bad thing, since it comes with a capacity for self-criticism and respect for the intelligence of others. But too much fear is paralyzing. What can help is that philosophers experience in listening carefully, how applying the rules of arguments, learn how hard philosophy is, how easy it is for even the best philosophers to go wrong. and so are less inclined to judge someone on base of one misfire. To say that philosophical culture of interpersonal arguments encourages competition instead of cooperation is like saying that a chess club encourages competition instead of cooperation. There's some truth in it, but it's a facile contrast. Chess is a competitive game with one player winning if and only if the other loses, but the club itself is a cooperative venture of its members, and even a single game of chess involves cooperation between the players because both want to play for pleasure or reputation or to improve at chess. Similarly, although there are winners and losers in some philosophical disputes, the institution of philosophy is a cooperative venture of philosophers, and even a single philosophical dispute involves cooperation between the disputants because both want to argue the point. Indeed, although chess does not primarily aim at knowledge in the way philosophy may primarily aim at knowledge, games of chess do in fact add to knowledge, for instance, of which positions are wins for black. Similarly, philosophical disputes add to knowledge, at the very least of which philosophical positions are defensible. Both philosophers in a dispute may improve their theories as a result, even if they still disagree. Logic games. There is nothing new about the role of interpersonal dispute as a medium for philosophy. In medieval scholastic philosophy, oral disputations were formalized as sort of game obligations played in Latin, with rules almost as formal as those of chess. One side had to argue for a statement, the other side against it, in accordance with the strict rules of medieval logic, most of which are recognized as valid. Each side had to be explicit about which of the other side premises, assumptions they accepted and which they rejected. They could distinguish several senses of a premise. Give me just 1 second, guys. Accepting it in some, rejecting it in others. Someone senior would act as an umpire to ensure that the rules were properly applied. The spirit of the game is still recognizable to modern philosophers, even though the details of the rules now look too restrictive because modern logic has identified many valid forms of reasoning irreducible to the form studied in medieval logic. There are also logic games with rules more closely related to modern logic. They typically involve two players, a defender and an attacker, and a statement in dispute. See box 1 if you want to more details. If the statement is true, the defender has a winning strategy. If the statement is false, the attacker has a winning strategy. Thus, if both players make the best moves available in the strategy, thus to them, the defender will win if the statement is true, and the attacker will win if the statement is false. The outcome of the game corresponds to the true value of the statement. Such games show the naivety of a general contrast between games and the search for truth, since their rules are designed precisely to serve the search for truth. Box 1. Rules in a logic game. If the statement in dispute is everything is so and so, the attacker chooses an object, gives it a name n, and the game continues with n is so and so. has the new statement in dispute, so and so could be anything, for instance, green. The attacker gets to choose because it only takes one counterexample to falsity, show false, and every statement, and the attacker is the one who needs to find it. If the statement is dispute is something is so and so, the defender chooses an object, gives it a name n, and the game continues with n is so and so as the new statement in dispute. The defender gets to choose because it only takes one example to verify, to show true a some statement, and the defender is the one who needs to find it. If the statement in dispute is A and B, the attacker either chooses A or chooses B, and the game continues with the chosen one has the new statement in dispute. A and B could be any statements. For instance, it's raining and it's cold. The attacker gets to choose because it only takes one false component to falsify an end statement, and the attacker is one who needs to find it. If the statement is in dispute is A or B, the defender either chooses A or chooses B, and the game continues with the chosen one as the new statement in dispute. The defender gets to choose because it only takes one true component to verify an OR statement, and the defender is the one who needs to find it. If the statement in dispute is not A, the defender and the attacker swap roles, and the game continues with A as the new statement in dispute. For instance, if A is it's raining, not A is it's not raining. The reason for the role swapping is that true or not A is equivalent to the falsity of A, and the falsity of not A is equivalent to the truth of A. So the defender of not A should attack A, and the attacker of not A should defend A. Each move reduces logical complexity, and the statement in this of the statement in dispute. Sooner or later, the game reaches a point where what is dispute is logically simple statement. It is assumed that such statements can be verified or falsified by observation. If it's true, the defender wins. If it's false, the attacker wins. Of course, more philosophical discussion is much less formally structured than a logic game. Nevertheless, such games provide a good model of how, under suitable conditions, an adversarial framework can serve the pursuit of truth. Dialogues. In less formal terms, the natural written form to represent philosophical disputes and questions answer exchanges is the dialogue. It's also one of the oldest forms of philosophical writing. Plato's dialogues are still the most famous and evocative examples of the gender of the genre. Despite that, Plato expressed disapproval of written philosophy because one can engage in questions and answers with a book. Perhaps a written dialogue is the next best thing. The Greeks also tend to pose philosophical paradox in question and answer form, where contemporary philosophers would present the deduction of an absurdity from plausible premises. As an example is the Socrates paradox, which shows the acute difficulty of applying vague terms soundly. The Greeks possessed it as long series of questions and answers. Do 10,000 grains make a heap? Answer yes. Do 99 grains make a heap? Question. Answer is no. Question is yes, sorry. Question. Do 98 grains make a heap? And so on. In principle, the only way down to do 0 grains make a heap. One gets that sinking feeling. To answer any question in the series differently from the next seems like treating in the vague word heap as more precise than it really is. Yet it is absurd to give all questions in the series the same answer, since the answer yes is obviously right for the first question and obviously wrong for the last one. However, one looks and feels silly. By contrast, modern philosophers formulate the paradox as deductive argument with two plausible sounding premises. Major premise: for every number n, if n plus 1 grains make a heap, then n grains make a heap. Minor minority premise: 10,000 grains make a heap. They then show how to reason step by step all the way down to the absurd conclusion: 0 grains make a heap. The difference may not seem large, but it brings out so much. The Greeks regarded doing philosophy as an interpersonal activity, not a solitary one. Not a solitary one. Plato didn't put himself as a character into his own dialogues. His teacher Socrates appears originally modeled on the historical Socrates. In the later dialogues, Plato used Socrates or another character as more of a mouthpiece for himself, but always with some distancing effect, so he could try our ideas without fully committing himself to them. Our philosophies have chosen the dialogue from the to express views to dangerous from other philosophers have chosen the dialogue from to express views too dangerous for them to publicly endorse, by not officially identifying with the character closest to their own thinking. Even in what would now be classified as natural science, Galileo wrote his dialogue concerning the two chief world systems that way to distance himself from the heretical new sun-centered astronomy of Copernicus, while still demonstrating its advantage over the traditional Earth-centered astronomy of Aristotle and Ptolemy. The subterfuge failed. He made it too clear which side won the arguments, so the Roman Catholic Church banned the book and imprisoned him. David Hume did a slightly better job of concealing his subversive system's sympathy in dialogues concerning natural religion. In his case, skepticism about the existence of a god because he was suspected of atheism. He had been turned down for a professorship in philosophy at Edinburgh University in favor of a far less distinguished candidate. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz and George Berkeley also wrote major works in dialogue form. With views closer to religious orthodoxy, they could make it clear which character they identified with, though the result was a loss of dramatic tension. In general, the philosophical dialogue is a less pluralistic form than it looks. It has various characters but only one author. At worst, it is a dialogue between the ventriloquist and his puppet. In contemporary philosophy, it plays only a minor role. Logic, formulas, and footnotes are here at ease in a dialogue. Nevertheless, the form retains significant strengths. For expository purpose, it embodies the intersection of different points of view in a vivid, memorable, and perspicuously structured way. A reader's emotions are more easily engaged by a dispute between imagined people than a logic inconsistency between abstract theories. But doesn't philosophy require a coolly rational objective and an emotional attitude that's psychologically unrealistic, even if in science humans perform best when strongly motivated. Burning curiosity is an emotion. When you don't care which of the answers to question is right, you won't be alert to subtle logical differences between them. If you like one character or dislike another, you scrutinize each move in their dialogue as potential threat or opportunity. The emotions you feel may reveal to you the underlying philosophical instincts you had all along. Even the less savory emotions associated with competitiveness, rivalry, and ambition can be harnessed to play a constructive role. In natural science, philosophy when the disciplinary culture rewards good work over bad, valid arguments over invalid ones, we saw how that's possible in philosophical disputes. The dialogue still has uses as a medium for philosophical research. Sometimes each side regards the other's theory as nonsense rather than false. Thus, one can't expound the theories from a neutral standpoint, for expounding a theory presupposes that it makes sense. In such cases, it's best to let each side speak for itself, which is in effect the dialogue form. An example is a current dispute in philosophical logic between generality absolutists who say it makes sense to generalize about absolutely everything whatsoever without restrictions, and generality relativists who say however many things you do generalize about, it always makes sense to generalize about even more. Each side regards the other's words as somehow self-undermining, failing to make the kind of sense they want to make. Short of a proper dialogue, it is very common, having presented one's view, to give some potential objections to it with one's reply. It is a kind of it makes sense to generalize about absolutely everything whatsoever without restrictions, and generality relativists who say however many things you generalize about, it will always makes sense to generalize about even more. Each side regards the other's words as somehow self-undermining, failing to make the kind of sense what they want to make. Short of a proper dialogue, it is very common, having presented one's view to give some potential objections to it with one replies. It is a kind of hypothetical dialogue with the readers. If you are tempted to make this objection, here is my reply. This often helps to clarify just what the view implies and what it does not. Discussions of skepticism often focus on imaginary dialogues with skeptic. Contemporary epistemologists are much concerned with the vulnerability of the common sense ways of thinking and talking to specific objections. They dramatize it in mini dialogues like this. Mary, you don't know how much about the animals in the zoo. John, that's not fair. You know the animal in the cage is a zebra. Mary, for all you know, it's just a mule cleverly painted to look like a zebra. The zoo may be having financial difficulties. John, I suppose you're right. I was wrong. I don't know. It's a zebra after all. Mary's next step could be to suggest that John doesn't even know that he's awake because for all he knows he's asleep in bed dreaming is at the zoo. The difficulty of John's position also shows something about the dangers of dialogue. For what should he say in order to not concede Mary's point, even if he says, "Come of it, you know as well as I do it's a zebra," he would sound dogmatic and obtuse. Once your interlocutor has introduced a possibility, there's conversational pressure on you to take it seriously, not just dismiss it. The skeptic ruthlessly takes advantage of such ethicity to cut the ground away from under the non-skeptic's feet. The culture of philosophy supports those skeptical moves by its unusually tolerant attitude to bizarre possibilities. John could reply to Mary, "Good point, but for present practical purpose, if you don't mind, I'll just assume I do know it's a zebra." That sounds more polite and accommodating, but in practice it will probably turn out just to be a more diplomatic way of not taking Mary's point seriously, as will emerge if Mary answers, "Actually, I do mind." If you're really unwilling to make assumptions your conversation partners won't grant, you hand them terrifying power over your own thought. Skeptics will be only too pleased to exploit the power to drag you into the skeptical pit with them. You had best be careful whom you talk to. Clarifying terms. It depends on what you mean. A mountain guide told me about a frustrating conversation he once had with a client who quoted the temperature in degrees. The guy asked, "Is that degrees Fahrenheit or degrees Celsius?" The man replied, "What do you mean? A degree is a degree." However much the difference between the two scales was explained to him, the man always replied, "Every degree is a degree." He felt on safe ground there. To him, any attempt to question that tautology sounded like a con trick, but sometimes, to make progress, we must clarify our terms. If you ask a philosopher whether you have free will, you are unlikely to get a straight answer yes or no. Instead, you may be told, "It depends." What you mean by free will? If you're asking whether your decisions cause your actions, surely they often do. If you are asking whether they are uncaused causes of your actions, certainly not. Your decisions are caused by your beliefs and desires, and those beliefs and desires have causes of their own, and so on. If you feel you meant something else, again by free will, the philosopher will discuss with you what that might be. One of the best known figures on British radio in the mid 20th century was a philosopher professor C.E.M. Joad, a panelist on the popular program The Brain's Trust. He was famous for beginning his answers to listeners' questions with the words, "It all depends on what you mean by." The stereotype of the philosopher became somehow someone who asks, "What do you mean?" instead of "What do you know?" That is the pop version of the trend in the 20th century philosophy, often called the linguistic turn. Many philosophers have hoped to make philosophy less disputatious by clarifying terms and to escape from futile, deadlocked arguments. Perhaps the disputes are merely verbal. If one person says the temperature is 0 degrees and another replies no, it's 32 degrees, they may think they are disagreeing, but if the first speaker means degrees Celsius and the second degrees Fahrenheit, there is underlying agreement about the temperature. Similarly, when philosopher A says we have free will and philosopher B replies we have no free will, the verbal appearance of a dispute may mask underlying agreement if they mean different things by free will. If we notice an ambiguity, we can resolve it by introducing separate terms with the different meanings, perhaps A free for what A means and B free for what B means. If we can think of nothing better, those both A and B happily say, we have A free will but no B free will, not even appearing to disagree. Each side gets what he wants. If we have to decide what to do, what to mean by a word, one definition may be more useful than another, but not more true. For instance, in mathematics, it is more convenient to define the word prime, not to apply to the number 1, but making the opposite decision would not have led to false theorems, just to differently worded ones. According to Rudolf Carnap, when the philosophers asked that sound like deep theoretical questions about the nature of reality, such as do numbers exist, what is really at stake is a practical question about which language it would be most fruitful to speak for scientific purpose. In scientists use of a theoretical language in which the word number is logically analogous to the word planet. Will that help their work? Some languages can express more than others, but greater expressive power comes with costs as well as benefits. It may generate unmanageable complexity. For Ludwig, philosophical problems arise because our ordinary language exerts too a deep pull on us towards confusions. For example, grammar suggests a misleading analogy between proper names, the river Danube, and numerical terms. The number 7 tempting us to think that numbers are just such objects as rivers are, only more abstract. Then we wonder how we can think about things that are now here. But further investigation reveals ways in which the analogy between 7 and Danube breaks down. Interrupted 7 times makes sense, interrupted Danube Times does not. Obviously, what interested Carnap and Wittgenstein was not the six-letter word number itself. Most of the issues would survive translating it by another word in another language. That point is often put by saying what what matters is not the word number but the concept number. Different words can express the same concept or have the same meaning. For them, philosophy asks conceptual questions, not merely verbal ones. It clarifies concepts, sorts of out of conceptual confusion in the 20th century. Many philosophers held such views, many still do. Naturally, those views influence how they do philosophy in practice. Clarifying concepts, if that is philosophy job's description, it has something useful to do without attempting hopelessly to revolve science in that picture. Philosophers put concepts into good working order while others actually put them to work. The picture may also seem to legitimize the armchair way of doing philosophy, to explain why philosophers have no need to go out and look at the world or experiment on it, for they already possess the concepts under investigation. By their competence in language that express them, either a natural language such as English or Mandarin, or an invented artificial notation defined by explicit rules. It's not like studying a foreign language from the outside. In practice, hopes that. Oh, guys, give me just 1 second. I have to go to the toilet. 1 second. I promise. I promise to you. Can you listen? Is the sound good? I hope so. All right, let's go back. Uh, mm, 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 mm. For example, grammar suggests a misleading analogy between proper names. I think I read that. Okay, obviously, what interested Carnap and Wittgenstein was not the six-letter word number itself. Most of the issues would survive translating it by another word in another language. That point is often put by saying that what matters is not the word number but the concept number. Different words can express the same concept or have the same meaning. For them, philosophy asks conceptual questions, not merely verbal ones. It clarifies concepts, a sort of conceptual confusion in the 20th century. Many philosophers held such views. Many still do. Naturally, those views influence how they do philosophy in practice. Clarifying concepts, if that is philosophy's job description, it has something useful to do without attempting hopelessly to rival science. In that picture, philosophers put concepts into good working order while others actually put them to work. The picture may also seem to legitimize the armchair way of doing philosophy, to explain why philosophers have no need to go out and look at the world to experiment on it, for they already possess the concepts under investigation, but by their competence in a language that expresses them, either a natural language such as English or Mandarin, or an individual invented artificial notation defined by explicit rules. It's not like studying a foreign language from the outside. In practice, hopes that this linguistic or conceptual turn would make philosophy less disputatious have been dashed. Identifying the unspoken rules of one's own language turns out to be very hard. If you have ever helped someone learn your native language, you have probably had the experience of knowing that something they said wrong, but without being able to explain them why, what rule they had broken. First, second, and third guesses at the rules are typically wrong, even when made by trained linguists. Still, they can usually do better than people untrained in linguists. Sometimes by comparing your native language with other language, although significant progress is understanding the rules of one's native language can be made from the armchair. It's not a fully adequate method. If we switch from scribing how words are currently used to saying how it might be helpful to use them in the future, things are just as controversial because people disagree about what the effects would be and whether they would be improvements. An example is the recent Bitter controversy about the word woman. The standard definition was biological. A woman is an adult female human. But what about the social role of a woman, their moral and legal rights to get an education, to own property, or to vote, conventional expectations of their behavior in sex, marriage, child rearing, careers, and so on? Don't those have something to do with the concept woman? Is what matters their actual social role or the role they are stereotyped as playing? If the latter, what happens when people in one society, say Britain, speak about woman in another society, say Pakistan, and what matters the British stereotype of woman or the Pakistani stereotype of woman, and what about the currently influential idea that to be a woman is just to be willing to apply to term woman to oneself? There is no easy answer to the question what concepts the word woman now expresses. As for the future use of the word, any proposal is explosive. For consider a biological male who identifies as a woman if the proposal implies that we should call the person a woman. It will enrage many people if it implies that we should not call the person a woman. It will enrage many other people. The very idea of someone in authority telling ordinary people to how they ought to use ordinary words like woman is controversial too. Well meaning professors tend to imagine linguist, linguistic reform being led by people like themselves. But in practice, a trend towards redefining terms may favor more sinister causes. For instance, when torture is redefined to exclude waterboarding, politically, people habituated to going along with linguistic reforms are easier to manipulate. Still, words sometimes need clarification. That applies to all forms of inquiry, not just to philosophy. For example, physicists distinguish two senses of the word mass: relativ- relativistic mass, defined in terms of total energy, and proper mass, defined in terms of non-kinetic energy. Confusing the two would lead to detectable errors. Similarly, historians who use the word feudalism clarify how they understand it, because some societies in some periods count as feudal by one definition but not by another. Neither physicists or historians had to wait for philosophers to make the clarification of them. The need for it became plain to them as their subject developed. This raises the question: does conceptual clarification play a special role in philosophy, or does it just play more or less the same role there as it plays in all forms of serious inquiry? Detecting ambiguity may play a larger and more systematic role in philosophy than in any other branch of inquiry, with the possible exception of literary criticism. Philosophers are trained to be alert to ambiguity, but so far that is a difference of degree, not kind. For physicists or historians, resolving unclarity in mass or feudalism is a primarily to their main investigation, like cleaning a surgical knife before using it on a patient. The surprising claim is that for philosophers, such clarification is not a preliminary to their main investigation, but the main investigation itself. Can that be claim? Can that claim be true? The need to clarify mass comes from theoretical developments in physics, in particular Einstein's theory of special relativity. The need to clarify feudalism came from developments in history, the more detailed analysis of more societies in more periods. Where is the need for philosophers' clarification supposed to come from? If all they do is clarify, if they are just clarifying previous philosophy, wouldn't it be cheaper and easier to abolish philosophy altogether, then there would be no philosophy in need of clarification. Even if people strayed into philosophizing from time to time, they would not be paid for it, and taxpayers' hard earned money would not be wasted. We can never expect to make our words perfectly precise, for in order to make one word more precise, we must use other words that are themselves to some extent vague, and that vagueness will infect our clarifications. Vagueness can sometimes be reduced, but it can never be eliminated from either language or thought. Efforts at a clarification should be concentrated where there is a special need for it. The need may be either theoretical or practical. There were special theoretical needs to clarify mass and feudalism. An example of a practical need to clarification is in law. A law simply against making a big mess in a public place would be unworkable because big mess is so vague. The standard for accounting as a big mess would have to be made clearer, though not perfectly clear, for the term to be used in an effective law. Conceptual clarification cut off from such theoretical or practical needs is pointless. Fans of philosophy as conceptual clarification sometimes suggest that it gives us understanding rather than knowledge, but that is a false dichotomy. If you don't know why the sky is blue, you don't understand why it is blue either. As you learn more, you get more knowledge about how Hannibal got his elephants over the Alps. You understand more about how he got them over. The idea of increasing understanding without increasing knowledge is an illusion, however tempting in philosophy as everything else, as everywhere else. Often under the influence of Wittgenstein, some philosophers take themselves to be doing pure conceptual clarification, untainted by theoretical activities such as advancing hypotheses to be confirmed or falsified by future evidence. They regard such hypotheses testing as characteristics of natural science by contrast with philosophy. Their attitude tends to result in peculiarly dogmatic style of philosophizing, since their conception of philosophy forbids them from properly acknowledging the possibility of clear-handed headed challenges to their own philosophical arguments, and in a particular of the premises from which they start. If one thinks that one is simply clearing up confusions, or one will tend to regard whoever opposes one's efforts are confused. Here is an example. Some philosophers are of mathematics hold that it studies mathematical objects such as numbers or sets, which are not in space or time but are just as real as anything that is. That view is called Platonism because it resembles Plato's theory of abstract forms. The word is spelled with lowercase p because Platonists don't try to follow Plato in detail. The most distinguished modern Platonist was Kurt Gödel, one of the greatest logicians of all time. Philosophers who take their job to be diagnosed confusion often accuses Platonists of confusing the kind of meaning had by mathematical terms like the number 7 or the empty set with the kind of meaning had by terms of ordinary object in space and time, such as the river Danube or the empty box, as we saw. Their diagnosis is that Platonists naively assume that science that since we use the river Danube and the empty box to refer to objects, we must use the number 7 and the empty set to refer to objects too. Those who make that patronizing diagnosis typically know far less logic and mathematics than the Platonics their whose view they are dismissing. Anyway, the evidence does not support their diagnosis. Most Platonists do not feel forced into their view of by linguistic analogies. Instead, like Gordon, they accept Platonists because they find it crucial for the best explanation of what mathematicians are doing. Whether Platonism is true or false, it is not based on mere confusion. Concepts and conceptions. Is the concept of confusion itself confused? Does the concept of conceptual clarification need clarifying? The underlying problem is with the concept of a concept, or to pull it non circularly with the word concept. Some of the difficulties came up with the word woman. What does it take for two people to express the same concept with the word woman? When as student I first read about the philosopher Hilary Putnam, I assumed that Hilary Putnam was a woman. Every Hilary I had met was female. When later I discovered that Hilary Putnam was a man, did my concept of woman change, if only slightly? Did I mean something different by woman? If every difference in the beliefs expressed using a word makes a difference to its meaning, it will be very hard for two people to mean the same by a word, or for one person to mean the same by it for more than a short time. I know whether there's a bureau in my pocket. You don't know. Does it follow that we don't mean exactly the same by bureau? If we pile all such information in concepts, we shall be unable to draw a useful distinction between conceptual and non-conceptual questions. That will undermine the idea that what is special about philosophy is that it asks conceptual questions. A distinction is sometimes drawn between concepts and conceptions. A concept is more like a dictionary definition. For example, a dictionary might define the word vixen as a female fox, so the concept vixen just is the concept female fox. My dictionary also gives me another definition for vixen as quarrelsome woman, which would be another concept. By contrast, your conception of a vixen includes all the benefits you would express using that word in a given sense. Unlike the concept vixen, my conception of a vixen includes my belief that a vixen lives under my garden shed. Dictionaries are for concepts, encyclopedias are conceptions. If we distinguish concepts from conceptions like this, then conceptual questions are special because they concern definitions. Clarifying one's concept is defining one's terms. One advantage of distinguish concepts from conceptions is that it explains how knowledge can be communicated from one person to another and preserved over time. Conceptions are personal and fleeting, but definitions can be shared and stable. Vixen has been defined as female foxy for many centuries and many millions of speakers of English. The view of concepts as definitions also underpins the idea of philosophy as a conceptual analysis. If the concept vixen is the concept female fox, then we can analyze the concept vixen as a combination of the concept female with the concept fox. Of course, philosophers have not been particularly interested in the concept vixen, but they have hoped to find such analysis of more philosophically centered concepts like knowledge, meaning, and causation. However, the dictionary definition model doesn't take us very far. Even for color words like red, ordinary understanding has much less to do with the dictionary definition than with our abilities to recognize examples of red as red when we see them. Most words are like that. Who understands cat or chair or copper by knowing a definition? If you can recognize a cormorant by yourself, you can still use the word cormorant because you are part of a community of English speakers, some of whom are more expert than you. As competent speakers of English, we understand philosophically interesting words like know, mean, and cause because not by knowing dictionary style definitions of them, philosophers' attempts to provide such definitions have a long track record of failure. Nevertheless, we can still recognize the difference between knowing where your keys are and not knowing, or between meaning by bank the edge of a river and meaning a financial institution, or between causing the window to break and doing so. Most concept lovers have recognized the inadequacy of the dictionary definition model. However, they still distinguish conceptual truth from other truths that are not conceptual, even if are necessary. For example, red things are colored. It is supposed to express a conceptual truth because a connection has been somehow built into our concepts red and colored. By contrast, in an isolated community where people can recognize whales by sight but everyone assumes them to be merely enormous fish, whales are mammals, does not express a conceptual truth because the connection has not been built into their concepts, even though being a mammal is in fact a necessary part of the nature of a whale. If philosophy's concern is with conceptual truth, that might help explain why philosophy can be done in an armchair. How can we tell whether a truth is conceptual or not? One idea is that if a sentence expresses a conceptual truth, everyone who understands it will accept it. For example, everyone in our community who understands red things are colored agrees with it, whereas people in the imagined community disagree with whales are mammals, but universal assent is too high a standard to help concept lovers. For example, an intelligent native speaker of English might learn the words red and colored in the usual way, but later decide that the word colored is so trained by its racist association that it correctly applies to nothing. She refuses to call anything colored. She no longer assents to red things are colored. She instinctively rejects it once she has grown accustomed to her new view, but she has not lost her understanding of the sentence. She has no difficulty in following other speakers when they use the word colored in the usual way. If there is one such dissident in the enormous community of English speakers, red things are colored fails the test of universal assent. Similar examples can be constructed for any candidate conceptual truth. It is unclear that any useful distinction between conceptual and non-conceptual truths can be drawn. Clarifying and theorizing. Fortunately, the value of clarifying does not depend on any distinction between conceptual and non-conceptual matters. Think again of mathematics, the clearest and most precise branch of human inquiry. Mathematicians often use explicit definitions, but if you trace their chains of definitions back, you always reach undefined terms. Their definitions don't go round in circles or continue to infinity. In modern mathematics, those undefined terms typically belong to their set theory. The standard framework, the main undefined term in mathematics is E, the symbol for set membership. The formula x and E says that x, say number 7, belongs to the set. Oh, okay, it belongs to the set of y, not y, E. Say the set of prime numbers. There are no standard mathematical definitions of belongs or set, intro, introductory textbooks gestures vaguely towards everyday talk of collections and the like, while admitting that such analogy are inadequate. The stamps in a stamp collection have to be collected together in a sense irrelevant to mathematics. But this lack of definition is no problem for mathematics. The reason is that mathematicians have a powerful theory of sets with axioms giving plentiful information about what sets are there. For instance, one axiom says that for every set there is a set whose members are subsets of the first set. Another axiom says that there is a set of infinitely many members. Another says that sets with the same numbers are identical, and so on. For most mathematical purposes, the theory gives mathematicians just what they need to reason clearly and rigorously about sets. The axioms are plausible, but have no clear claim to count as conceptual truth. It is quite possible to understand why they say and still doubt them, though the success of modern mathematics is good evidence in their favor. Some people try to turn the axioms of the set theory into a definition of the term set theoretic structure. The idea is that a structure is self-theoretic if it obeys all the axioms of the theory, but the attempt is pointless, for in order to put such a definition to work, mathematicians will need a theory of structures which will look remarkable, like the theory of sets in disguise. No progress would have been made. As a model for philosophy, basic mathematics is far more helpful than dictionary. What we need for clear reasoning are not trivial truth by definition, but a strong, explicitly articulated theory. Clarify does not aim at a mythical standard of inductibility. Rather, its point is to make mistakes in our reasoning clearly visible as they are in mathematics. If you heard someone deny the value of clarity, ask yourself what they might not want mistakes in reasoning to stand out clearly. 5. Doing thought experiments. Use your imagination. Imagine someone seeing what looks like what looks just like smoke in the distance. He thinks there's a fire over there. He's right, there is a fire over there. But there's a catch. The fire hasn't yet started to smoke. It's just been lit to cook some meat. What he sees is really a cloud of flies which have gathered because they smell the mint. Does he know there's a fire over there? He believes there's a fire over there. He believes truly because there is a fire over there. He also believes reasonably, in the sense most reasonable people in this position with his evidence would form the same belief, but he doesn't seem to know that there's a fire over there. After all, he's right by luck. Perhaps the flies had gathered even before the fire was lit, so belief can be both reasonable and true without amounting to knowledge. That case was given by Dharmothera, Buddhist philosopher who worked in Kashmir. He used it to show something important about the nature of knowledge, but his writings were unknown to philosophers in Europe and America. In 1950s, the standard analysis of knowledge was as justified through belief. Then, guys, I have to go to the toilet again. Oh my god, what's happening? Just give me 2 more seconds, please. This case was given by Dharmottara, a Buddhist philosopher who worked in Kashmir. He used it to show something important about the nature of knowledge, but his writings were unknown to philosophers in Europe and America. In 1950s, the standard analysis to knowledge was a justified truth belief. Then, quite independently of Dharmottara, the American philosopher Edmund Gettier came up with similar cases in a short article published in 1963. He used them to refute the standard analysis of knowledge. The result was a revolution in epistemology, the theory of knowledge. The big question became, since knowledge is not mere justified true belief, what more is it? Dozens of alternative answers were proposed, one after another. They too fell victim to such counterexamples. The attempted analysis to knowledge had to become more and more complicated, as did the counterexamples to them. Perhaps we shouldn't try to analyze knowledge in terms of belief plus true plus other factors, because knowledge is somehow more basic than belief. Such episodes show how far philosophy can be inspired and guided by examples. A theory can sound plausible, even compelling on first hearing, or even to generations of intelligent, highly trained thinkers, yet collapse when faced with an apt counterexample. If we don't confront them with difficult examples, we are not testing our theories properly. We are accepting them uncritically, making life too easy for ourselves. A striking feature of many examples in philosophy is that they are imaginary. I don't know whether Dharmottara ever witnessed of her of heard of or heard of a real life case like the one described. The point is, it doesn't matter. You have to imagine it even if it didn't. If such a case never happened, still it clearly could have happened, which is all we need to show that reasonable true belief is not sufficient for knowledge. Reasonable true belief without knowledge is possible. If someone applied for a large grant to set up Dharmottara style cases in real life and trick people into thinking there's a fire over there, it would be a waste of money, because the lesson of cases is already clear. You don't always have to make something actual to show that it is possible. I've never given a lecture holding a banana in my hand throughout, but I know I'm physically capable of doing it. Dharmottara's example is a thought experiment. We imagine a threat case of reasonable true belief, and the target philosophical the theory predicts that it will be a case of knowledge, but independently of the theory, it is clearly not a case of knowledge. Therefore, the theory is false. Thought experiment can also play a major role in the development of recent moral philosophy. For instance, Judith Jarvis Thomson at Massachusetts Institute of Technology devised a famous one to challenge the argument that if the fetus is a person, then it has the right to life and abortion is wrong. In a 1971 article, she compared the situation of a pregnant woman to this imaginary case. You wake up to find yourself back to back with a great violinist whose circulatory system has been plugged into yours, so your kidneys purify his blood as well as your own. The Society of Music Lovers kidnapped you for this purpose, because it was the only way to save the great violinistic life from a terrible kidney disease. No one else has exactly the right blood type. If he stays plugged into you for long enough, perhaps you will recover. Otherwise, he will die. The violinist is unquestionable, unquestionably a person, and so has a right to live. But does that mean you are morally obligated to let him stay plugged in into you for as long as it takes to him to recover? Although an exceptional, selfless person might agree to do that, don't you have a right to say, I'm very sorry, but I have my own life to live, and I'm not willing to sacrifice a large chunk of it like this to save your life, so I'll get the doctor to unplug you. If that response is permissible, despite the violinistic's right to life, why isn't it permissible for a mother to have an abortion despite the foetus' right of life to life? Of course, other philosophers have looked for morally significant difference between Thompson's case and abortion, but her thought experiment took the debate forward by showing that just granting that the foetus is a person does not settle the issue about the morality of abortion. As with Dermotera's example, the fact that Thompson's case is imaginary does not undermine her point. Not only would replicating it in real life be unethical, it would clarify the moral issues. Thought experiments and real life experiments, although thought, thought, thought experiments are in widespread use, they can be made to sound like cheating. After all, physicists have to do their experiments and observe the results. It's not enough for them to just imagine doing their experiment and imagine observing the result. How come philosophers get away with just sitting in armchairs and imagining it all? Part of the answer is that philosophical theories typically claim that some generalization is necessary. It holds in all possible cases, not just in all actual ones. For instance, Gettier was criticizing philosophers who meant that there is no possible case of knowledge without reasonable through belief, or reasonable through belief without knowledge, if it had been up against more modest philosophers who just said that there is no actual case of knowledge without reasonable true belief, or reasonable true belief without knowledge. Then to refute them, he might indeed have needed to produce a real person who really had a reasonable true belief without knowledge. Philosophically, claims about all possibilities, all possible cases, tend to be more revealing than claims restricted to actual case, since the former show more about underlying nature of what is at issue, such as knowledge. By contrast, generalization about actual cases may be true by misleading lucky coincidence. A fair coin may come up ends on all actual tosses, but not on all possible tosses. Another part of the answer is that physicists, as well as philosophers, use thought experiments in criticizing the theory heavy things fall faster than light ones. Galileo challenged it with a thought experiment in which a heavy object and a light were one are joined by string and dropped from a tower. When the string pulls taut, the lighter object should retard the heavier one, yet together they form a still heavier object, which according to the theories should fall faster than either. Einstein was inspired by a thought experiment. If he rode on a beam of light, what would he see? We can go deeper by reflecting on how a theory is tested. Any theory in philosophy, physics, whatever, to test it properly, we have to work out its consequences, what it predicts about various possible situations. But There are infinitely many such scenarios, for instance, infinitely many possible arrangements of, of particles for a physicist to worry about, infinitely many possible morally relevant complexities for a philosopher to worry about, and so on. Obviously, no one can think about each possible case separately. Many of them will be unrewarding. As tests of the theory, because it produced nothing of interest about them. It's a tricky hard to pick to think up a scenario that makes a good test of the theory, because it predicts something of interest about that scenario. If the theory predictions about the scenario turns out to be correct, that is serious evidence for the theory. If its prediction turns out to be incorrect, that is serious evidence against the theory. To think up the possible situation and work out what the theory predicts about it is already a thought experiment. It is easy to underestimate the difficulty of identifying appropriate scenarios, for once they are pointed out, they might be quite easy to understand. Often the skill is in coming up with them in the first place. A further step is to check whether the theory's prediction about the imagined scenario is correct. In natural science, that is famously done by actualizing the possible. A further step is to check whether the theory's prediction about the imagined scenario is correct. In natural science, that is famously done by actualizing the possible situation and observing the result. In other words, by doing a real life experiment. It might be a myth that Galileo dropped balls of different masses from the Leaning Tower of Pisa to see whether they landed at the same time, but other scientists soon did similar experiments. However, actualizing the scenario is not the only way of testing a theory's prediction about it. What is needed is some reliable way, independent of the theory, to judge whether its prediction is correct. That may even be quite easy once we imagine the relevant scenario, for instance, without relying on any philosophical theory of knowledge. Humans have some ability to recognize the difference between knowledge and ignorance in down to earth cases. For instance, who knows when you got up in the morning and who doesn't? We can apply that ability to Dermosteras down to earth thought experiment to recognize it as not a case of knowledge. Actualizing is possible situation is necessary. Some thought experiments are easier to actualize than others. Galileo is very easy to perform. Dermotaras involves a more elaborate scenario, but is still realistic. Thomson would require advances in medical science. Einstein is physically impossible. One can't ride on a beam of light. Some philosophers' thought experiments are much more far out than Dermosteras and Thomson. The mythical ring of Gyges enables its wearer to become invisible whenever he wants. Plato uses it to explore how people would behave if they had no fear of being caught and punished for their crimes, in his attempt to show that mind cannot be reduced to matter. The contemporary Australian philosopher David Chalmers argues for the possibility of zombies, molecule for molecule, replicas of which nevertheless differ from us by having no conscious experience. All is dark within. There is difference between them and us, but not physical difference. If a thought experiment is used only as stimulating mental exercise, the impossibility of the scenario might do no harm. Perhaps Plato's ring of invisibility, and Einstein's ride on the light beam are like that. But when a thought experiment is used as serious objection to a theory, it matters whether the scenario is possible. For instance, if some inconsistency were hidden in Dermoterra's story, it would not it would not be refuted the theory that reasonable true belief is knowledge. If zombies are totally impossible, Chalmers cannot use them against theories that reduce mind to matter. Knowing by imagining. How do we know whether a scenario is possible? When I read Dharmathera's story, I imagined the look of smoke in the distance, then closer up, the meat sizzling over the newly lit fire, the flies buzzing around, and so on. Such events could obviously happen. What about zombies? Of course, I can imagine something that looks from the outside exactly like Dave Chalmers sitting at computers writing a book called The Conscious Mind, but to make it Chalmers' zombie twin, not Chalmers himself, I must also imagine that it has no conscious experience. I can't imagine that from the inside. For a zombie has no inside in that sense. It has gray matter in its head, but no conscious point of view. If I imagine darkness, am I not imagining having a conscious experience of darkness, which by definition a zombie lacks? From the outside, I just have to say to myself, it has no conscious experience, a rather minimal kind of imagining. Indeed, many philosophers deny that zombies are possible. They hold that a molecule for molecule replica of Chalmers would just be unconscious as the original. Although the definition of a zombie may be logically consistent, that is not enough to make zombies genuinely possible. There is no purely logical contradiction in the hypothesis that you are the number 7, but it is still impossible. No number could have been you. Perhaps there is similar non-logical impossibility in the hypothesis of zombies. Sometimes it's hard to tell which hypotheses are possible, which impossible. That is a problem for some thought experiments, but not for all. The possibility of Dharmathera's scenario is beyond reasonable doubt. Through imagining it properly, we know that it is possible, although also through our imagination we can learn more about it. Crucially, we can come to know that in such a scenario, the person who reasonably and rightly believes there's a fire over there doesn't know there's a fire over there. At first, the idea of knowing by imagining may sound crazy. Isn't knowledge to do with fact, imagination with fiction? But the stereotype of the imagination is too simple. The human species did not evolve such an elaborate psychology capacity to just so we can indulge our fantasies. When we think about it, you realize that a good imagination brings all sorts of practical rewards. For instance, it alerts us to future possibilities so we can prepare
for them in advance. Guard against dangers, be prepared to take advantage of opportunities. As you enter a forest, it tells you there may be wolves, but also edible berries to be on lookout for. If you have a problem, your imagination may suggest possible solutions, such as different ways to cross the river that separates you from your destination. We often use our imagination when choosing between several resource courses of action. If you have to choose between several places where you might spend the night, you may imagine what it would be like to spend the night in each of them and decide on that basis. The imagination is especially useful when trial and error is too risky. Suppose that a broken cliff blocks your direction of travel. The cautious option is to take the long way round. That would be fairly safe, but add an extra day to your journey. Best would be to climb a cliff if you can, since that would take much less time and energy. Worst would be to try to climb the cliff but fail. With luck, you would be back where you started. With no luck, you would fall and be badly injured or killed. To resolve your dilemma, you might examine the cliff for a distance to see whether you can imagine a possible route to the stop, step by step, move by move. You try to imagine yourself climbing up to see whether you would always encounter an obstacle you couldn't overcome. Of course, you could imagine a comfortable ladder miraculously appearing, but that would be pointless since you know that in the circumstances no such ladder will appear. Instead, we are capable of a much more realistic sort of imagination, which is sensitive to what genuinely could happen in the circumstances. Through such realistic imagining, you may learn whether you can climb the cliff and whether, if you tried, you would succeed. You need such knowledge to make a wise choice between going round the long way and trying the cliff. For practical purpose, a good imagination doesn't generate lots of possibilities, too many for you to think about. Instead, it generates a few possibilities. Those it's most useful for you to think about. Practical possibilities, such an imagination improves your chances of survival. It is closely linked to the ability to predict the future. If you see someone starting across a rickety bridge, you may predict that it will collapse, even if no one is starting across it. You may imagine yourself doing so, predict that it would collapse, decide not to try, and so save your life. In the long run, evolutionary pressures are likely to improve the accuracy and reliability of such imaginative exercises. Imagining is our most basic ways of learning about hypothetical possibilities. No wonder we use it in doing thought experiments. They are not the same weird, self-indulgent indulgent thing on philosophers and a few other eccentrics do. Only the damnedest of animals would not think about hypothetical possibilities. When we do it, we usually do it the normal human way, by using our imagination. Thought experimentation is just a slightly more elaborate, careful, and reflective version of that process in the service of some theoretical investigation. Without it, human thought would be severely improvised. Intuition. Unfortunately, some philosophers have described philosophical thought experiments in ways which make them sound much exceptional and mysterious than they really are. When we judge that the man in Dharmastara's story doesn't know there's a fire over there, they say we are relying on our intuition that he doesn't know there's a fire over there. Intuition sounds like some strange inner oracle guiding or misguiding us from the depths. To get clear about all this, the first step is to know that such intuitions are not confined to the imagination. As we saw, it makes little difference wherever we judge. It doesn't know when imagination a hypothetical scenario or when observing a real life scenario of the same kind. The philosophical upshot is the same. According to fans of intuition, we are relying on an intuition that it doesn't know even when we make the judgment about a real life case. What's more, on their view, we don't just use intuition for tricky cases. We use it in boringly straightforward everyday cases too. For instance, when you judge that a stranger you pass in the streets knows whether you are walking but doesn't know whether you have coins in your pocket. It is also not supposed to matter whether the term of the judgment happens to be ones philosophers are interested in. When you judge that the stranger you see is smartly dressed, you are still relying on intuition. All judgments rely on intuition. That might make the full category of intuition too broad and indiscriminate to be useful. Some philosophers try to narrow down the category of by specifying that intuitive judgment, those based on intuition, are not inferred from evidence, but that restriction risks narrowing down the category so much in a real life Dharmastara case. The supposedly intuitive judgment, he doesn't know there's a fire over there, is based on evidence such as the fact that he mistook a cloud of flies for smoke. In the corresponding imagined case, the same judgment made within the process of imagine has a similar basis. If basing a judgment in that way counts as interfering from the evidence, then the key judgment in thought experiments are inferred from evidence and so would not count as intuitive. More precisely, fans of intuition could narrow down the category by specifying that intuitive thinking is not based on a conscious process of inference. Thus, when I immediately judge he doesn't know in Dharmastara's story, my judgment counts as intuitive. For if there is a process of inference, I am not aware of it. By contrast, when I do a long mathematical calculation with pen and paper, I am aware of the process. So my answer does not count as intuitive. Drawing the line between intuitive and non-intuitive judgment in the way has a significant result. All non-intuitive thinking relies on intuitive thinking, for if non-intuitive thinking is traced back through the conscious process of interference on which it was based, sooner or later one always comes to some thinking not itself based on a conscious process of interference, which therefore counts as intuitive thinking. Consequently, philosophy's reliance on intuitive thinking shows nothing special about philosophy because all thinking relies on intuitive thinking. When physics go through a conscious process of rigorous inference, making calculation and using observations, they are still relying on intuitive thinking because even their thinking has to start somewhere. That does not make their thinking irrational. It just means that at least some intuitive thinking is part of the rational thinking. Recently, some philosophers have argued that philosophers shouldn't rely on intuitions. Others have argued that philosophers don't rely on intuition. The debate rests on confusion about what intuitions are supposed to about what intuitions are supposed to be. However, most people agree that if philosophers rely on intuitions, they do when giving verdicts on thought experiments, such as "it doesn't know," but when they try to say what is special about those verdicts, they come up with a kind of thinking on which all human thinking relies, as we just saw. So both the idea that philosophers shouldn't rely on it and the idea that they don't are non-starters. Of course, none of this means that all intuitive thinking is rational. Some of it is bigoted, dogmatic, and literally wrong. If if people's judgments of real life cases are warped by prejudice, that prejudice is likely to warp their judgment of thought experiments too. For instance, someone who is indifferent to suffering of animals in real life probably will manifest the same attitude when considering thought experiments about animal suffering. Biases. Much recent skepticism about the reliability of philosophical thought experiments goes back to real life experiments done by philosophers early in the century. They gave lots of non-philosophers some standard thoughts experiments and asked for their judgments. The results appear to indicate that for some thought experiments, people with East Asian cultural origins respond differently from people with European cultural origins, and women responded differently from men. In the philosophical traditions, heavily reliant on thought experiments, they had mainly been judged by white males. But why should whites be any better than non-whites at judging thought experiments, or males any better than females? More recently, however, such experiments have been redone many times, more carefully, with more involvement of fully trained psychologists. And the picture is not very different. The statistical differences between people of different ethnicities or genders have tended to disappear. The difference found earlier seemed to have been the result of very subtle distortions in how people were selected for the experiments, which scenarios they were given, and so on. The sorts of easily overlooked confounding factors psychologists are trained to be on the lookout for, but philosophers are not. On the picture now emerging from the new evidence, the patterns underlying our reactions to philosophical thought experiment have far more to do with the cognitive capacities we humans share. Irrespective of our ethnicity and gender, this is illustrated by the thought experiment with which I began the chapter. Dharmottara was a Buddhist in high century Kashmir. I am non-religious. In 20 21st century Britain. Judith Jarvis Thompson is a woman, I am a man. Nevertheless, I found their thought experiments compelling. That's not the end of the story. After all, even if all humans agree on something, that doesn't make it true. For example, if all humans agree that humans are the smartest creatures in the universe, it doesn't follow that we are the smart creatures in the universe. What if we all give the same verdict on a thought experiment, but the verdict is wrong, although the way we use our imaginations in evaluating thought experiment will tend to be reliable for reasons discussed earlier. There is no reason to expect it to be 100% reliable, quite the opposite. We often make mistakes in judging real life cases. Why should we be immune to them in judging thought experiments? This isn't a reason for not using thought experiments for all human faculties. Are fallible. Rather, it's a reason for spreading our bets, not relying exclusively on thought experiments. If we use our other methods too, they may help us catch our occasionally mistakes in judging thought experiments, even if those mistakes are specified wide. Dance is a good way of doing that. If we develop a systematic general theory about the possibilities for life to develop on any planet supported by the evidence, we may come to realize how unlikely we are to be the smartest creatures in the universe. In the long run, cognitive science, including the moment known as X-Phi experimental philosophy, may cast light on inherent biases in human thinking and so help us resist them in ourselves as well or others. That hope is not restricted to biases in philosophy. Thinking in philosophy is too like thinking in other fields. It is not remotely plausible that we have any inherent bias whose distorting effects manifest themselves in philosophy but not in any other field of inquiry. Six, comparing theories. Theories of everything. Theories in philosophy, like theories elsewhere, are answers to questions. Of course, we rarely dignify the answers to easy questions by calling them theories. Where's the bread knife? Over there. But in a murder investigation, detectives may form the theory that the missing bread knife is in the neighborhood. Scientists' questions are usually more general, and philosopher questions are amongst the most general of all. Before any distinction was drawn between philosophy and natural science, people asked, what is the world made of? Tales around 600 BCE, supposedly the first Greek philosopher. Sorry. Sorry. Later materialists included Thomas. Sorry, guys. A closely related question is whether. No, sorry, it's not here. Before any distinction was drawn between philosophy and natural science, people asked, what is the world made of? Supposedly, the first Greek philosopher answered, water. A closely related question is whether everything is made of water. In short, is everything material? The answer yes to that question is the theory of materialism, not in the popular sense of caring only about wealth. There were materialistic philosophers in ancient Greece, India, and China. Later materialists included Thomas Hobbes and Karl Marx. Strictly interpreted, materialism is inconsistent with modern science, which recognizes electromagnetic fields, space-time, and much else that's not really matter. In contemporary philosophy, materialism has therefore been replaced by physicalism, which says that everything is physical. Physical here means whatever laws of physics govern, including electromagnetic fields and space-time as physics. That's it. There's nothing else. Of course, they don't expect current theories will surely turn out to be incomplete and incorrect in various ways and get replaced by better theories in the future. Physicalists allow for such developments by laws of physics they that they don't mean what today's physicists take to be laws of physics. Amongst recent philosophers, a leading physicalist was Walter van Orman Quine. You might wonder why physicalism belongs to philosophy rather than to physics itself. The reason is the total generality of everything in stating the theory. For instance, if there are numbers, then everything includes them. So, physicalism implies that numbers are physical. If there are minds, then everything includes them too. So, physicalism implies that minds are physical. But are numbers physical? Are minds physical? Are not questions in physics by themselves. The mathematical and experimental methods of physics don't answer them. Those methods don't tell us whether there are questions and answers beyond their reach. The people who grapple with such issues and are philosophers. Whether physicalism is true or false, it isn't one answer to questions central to our understanding of the world we live in, including ourselves. Is there more to reality than physics or natural science more generally can discover? Although physicists can do physics without worrying about that question, humanity as a whole would be sadly incurious and unreflective if we never thought about it, nor is just vaguely wondering enough. Shouldn't we at least try to answer it? Of course, anyone can say yes or no to physicalism. What we need are good reasons to give one answer rather than the other. Once we seek them, we are doing philosophy. A life that never engages with philosophical theories is not fully reflective on inquiring. Testing theories by thought experiments. Thought experiments can be used to test philosophical theories. For instance, Chalmers' thought experiment about zombies is a challenge to physicalism. Take your conscious experience of waking up in the morning, how it felt to you. Physicalism implies that any such experience is physical. Some physicalists would make sense that by identifying your experience with physical events in your brain, neurons firing in a complex pattern, but exactly similar physical events would occur in your zombie twin's brain. Neurons would fire in a very same pattern. You had the conscious experience of waking up that morning. By definition, your zombie twin did not. How it felt to you wasn't how it would feel to the zombie, for nothing feels any way to a zombie. Thus, Chalmers argues, your conscious experience was distinct from the physical events in your brain. By a generalization of the argument, your conscious experience was distinct from anything physical whatsoever. It's a counterexample to the physicalist theory, something non-physical, so Chalmers rejects physicalism as false. How can physicalists respond to the zombie argument? They usually argue that apparent possibility of zombies is an illusion. Your conscious experience of waking up is just the physical event in your brain. One without the other is impossible. Thus, your zombie twin is impossible. But in the case when we try to imagine it, how does it seem possible? A physicalist may explain why the zombie seems possible like this. There are two ways to imagine something happening to someone. We can imagine it either from the inside, from that observer's point of view. For instance, when I imagine someone's walking up from inside, I may imagine a very confused feeling, a sensation of lying flat, and the rooting thought I am waking up. By contrast, when I imagine someone waking up from the outside, I may imagine the slide of a body steering in a bed on the other side of a room, and the revealed thought she is waking up. Obviously, we can imagine in either of the two ways without imagining in the other. So we can imagine from the outside someone waking up without imagining it from the inside. We can even add to the scene a brain scanner recording events in her brain. Finally, we can add the description in words: she feels nothing, she has no conscious experience, she is a zombie. But the physicalist argues that does not enable you to know the zombies are genuinely possible, even if conscious experience were just brain events. You could still imagine from the outside without imagining from the inside. Thus, the physicalist explains away the apparent possibility of zombies are predictable illusion created by the mismatch between two ways of imagining an event. That does not silence anti-physicalists. Some of them argue that if zombies were really impossible, there would be logical contradiction in the idea of a zombie, but we cannot find one. Physicalists might retort that not all impossibilities are logical contradictions. Some are in the nature of things themselves. For instance, you cannot possibly be the number 7, even though there is no purely logical contradiction in the idea that you are the number 7. The debate continues. One moral of the zombie case is that we should not expect to do philosophy by thought experiments alone, for disputes can arise over what the thought experiment shows. They raise further questions, for example, about the nature of possibility itself, which require a more theoretical discussion. Fortunately for the zombie case is not typical of thought experiments in philosophy. There is a widespread agreement about the results of many other thought experiments. They lack the problematic feature of the zombie case, its exploitation of a mismatch between two ways of imagining. Still, to avoid an attitude of uncritical acceptance, we must be on the lookout for such problematic features of thought experiments. That requires us to have a wider theoretical perspective on what we are doing when we assess them and their potential pitfalls. All this may sound very different from testing theories by experimental in nature science on the stereotype of the process. A scientific theory entails a prediction about what we shall observe in a certain experiment. We do the experiment and observe. If the observed result is what the theory predicted, the theory is confirmed. If what we observe is not what the theory predicted, the theory is refuted. It all sounds cute and dry, with none of the argumentative to and through around philosophical thought experiments. The stereotype grossly oversimplifies the process of testing scientific theories by experiment. There are at least two reasons for that. First, by themselves, many scientific theories don't entail observable predictions at all. The theories are formulated as mathematical equations to connect directly with observation. To get observable predictions from such a theory, scientists must combine it with bridge principles linking its abstract terms of more concrete observable ones. They also need auxiliary assumptions about how the experimental apparatus works. Otherwise, it might not measure what they intend. Often, to work out predictions, the scientists must also make various simplifying assumptions, which all approximately at best, otherwise the calculations are too complicated. Even for a computer, if the prediction turns out to be inconcrete, the theory may not be to blame. The fault may be in one of the other principles, that assumptions on which the scientists relied in working out the prediction, or they might simply have miscalculated. Second, all sorts of things can go wrong in doing the experiment itself. Scientists and laboratory technicals are human. Sometimes they make mistakes. Equipment malfunctions, samples get contaminated. Consequently, scientists are more confident once the experiment has been done independently in several different laboratories, perhaps in slightly different ways with the same results. The prediction may be correct about the experiment done right, but incorrect about the experiment done wrong. In short, testing scientific theory might be experimenting is usually a mess, complicated business. The result is often much less cut hand dried than the stereotype suggests. Despite all this, experiments are still vital sources of scientific knowledge. The point is just how hard and complicated it is to get that knowledge, how much room there is for argumentative to and through. Despite all the obvious differences between real-life experiments in natural science and thought experiments in philosophy, something they have in common is that they leave room for disagreement. It often takes more than one failed prediction to refute the theory, to eliminate the possibility that something other than the theory itself is to blame for what went wrong. Rival theories. Rather than testing a single theory in isolation, scientists often compare rival theories, different answers to the same questions, against each other. Which of them best explains the evidence? The same happens in philosophy. For instance, rather than testing physicalism is isolation. In isolation, philosophers compare it with rival theories. Someone might say that whenever a theory is tested, it's tested against a rival theory that simply denies the first theory. For instance, Einstein special theory of relativity would be tested against the negativity theory anti-STR, which simply says STR is wrong. Similarly, physicalism would be tested against the negative theory anti-physicalism, which simply says not everything is physical, but such negative theories come to cheap in just denying a general theory. They tell us nothing about where it goes wrong. By itself, anti-STR offers no alternative explanation of the experimental and observational data that STR explains. Similarly, mere anti-physicalism says nothing but positive about what the non-physical things are. Roughly speaking, a serious rival theory should give different answers to the same questions. In some tricky case, the rival may reject some of the very questions the first theory answers. But then it should explain why those questions deserve rejection. Rival theories should be informative. An informative rival to physicalism is dualism. It postulates two main kinds of thing, mental and physical. Thought is mental and non-physical. Matter is physical and not mental. As a child, I used the word mental to mean mad, but it means mind-like, just as material means matter-like. Descartes put dualism center stage in philosophy, and it still has advocates. It's hard for physicalists to disagree with the dualism claim that something is mental. After all, if they try to dismiss the mental as an illusion, they lose, because delusions themselves are mental. Instead, most contemporary physicalists accept that thoughts are feeling and feelings are mental, but insist they are also physical. If you want a more precise map, see the box 2. For its fans, the zombie thought experiment makes more sense in dualistic than physicalistic terms. Conscious experience is something mental, not physical, which you have and your zombie twin lacks. Even if the thought experiment does not conclusively refute physicalism, dualists may see it as evidence for dualism against physicalism. But for its critics, the thought experiment gives no does not conclusively refute physicalism. Dualists may see it as evidence for dualism against physicalism. But for its critics, the thought experiment gives no reason to view zombies as possible, so no evidence for dualism. A weirder theory than either physicalism or dualism is panpsychism, which says that everything is mental. Two great philosophers soon after Descartes, Baruch Spinoza, and let's just check the box 2. Rival theories of mind and body. Physicalism is this claim: everything is physical. Dualism is the conjunction of these four claims. 1. Everything is either mental or physical. 2. Nothing is both mental and physical. 3. Something is mental. 4. Something is physical. Panpsychism is this claim: everything is mental. Dualism is inconsistent with physicalism, because 2 and 3 together imply that not everything is physical. Thus, physicalists must decide whether to deny 2 or 3. They cannot deny both because denying 3 involves accepting 2. Identify theory physicalists reject 2 and accept 3. They agree with dualists that something is mental, but claim that it is also physical. They identify everything mental with something physical. Eliminative physicalists accept 2 and reject 3. They agree with dualists that being mental excludes being physical, but claim that nothing is mental. They eliminate the mental. Dualism is inconsistent with panpsychism because 2 and 4 together imply that not everything is mental. Thus, panpsychists must decide whether to deny 2 or 4. They cannot deny both because denying 4 involves accepting 2. Identify theory panpsychists reject 2 and accept 4. They agree with dualists that something is physical, but claim that it is also mental. They identify everything physical with something mental. Eliminative panpsychics accept 2 and reject 4. They agree with dualists that being physical excludes being mental, but claim that nothing is physical. They eliminate the physical. Identified theory physicalism is consistent with identifying theory panpsychism. The combined view is that everything is both physical and mental. Alright, let's go back. On such a view, even atoms have a primitive form of consciousness. Most philosophers today find panpsychism implausible. Attributing consciousness to an atom seems utterly gracious. Unlike dualism, both physicalism and panpsychism have an unifying category, whether physical or mental. By contrast, dualism splits reality into 2 separate parts, the physical and the mental. From Descartes on, dualists have struggled to explain how the 2 parts are connected. In particular, how can mental events cause physical effects, or physical events cause mental effects? For instance, the mental event of a thief at a party deciding to switch off the lights causes her switch off the lights, and so causes a physical event of the lights going off. That physical event in turn causes the mental event of a guest wondering why the lights went off. For dualists, the mental and the physical are so radically different from each other that everyday interactions between them look inexplicable. Here, physicalism and even panpsychism have an advantage since they place both cause and effect in a single unified world. Physicalism, dualism, and panpsychism are not the only option. For instance, if numbers and other mathematical objects are neither mental nor physical, all 3 theories must be revised. Philosophers have also developed increasingly sophisticated understanding of mental and physical. I wrote vaguely the mental and physical things, but it turns out no matter what kind of thing it is in question, it might be a particular event that happened once to someone. Like my feeling not yesterday morning. Alternatively, it might be a general property which many people have at many times, like the property of feeling hot. Some philosophers are physicalists about particular event, but dualists about general properties. For now, we needn't worry about such subtleties and complications. Our aim here isn't to solve the mind-body problem, but to see what theoretical disputes in philosophy are like. Contrary to what Wittgenstein and others thought, few theoretical disputes in philosophy depend essentially on confusion. No doubt various individual panpsychalists, dualists, and panpsychists need clarification, are confused in various ways. The terms of disputes may also need clarification, but even the negative work of clearing up such confusions involves positive theorizing. Moreover, we need a positive theory to explain better knowing, thinking, feeling, deciding, and doing fit it into the world as described by natural science. Rival theories for that purpose are on offer. We need a rational basis for choosing between them, or even for rejecting them all. The history of philosophy, including its recent history, indicates that once more mere confusions have been cleared up, we are still left with rival theories to choose in between. There are both unconfused physicalists and unconfused dualists in philosophy today. As in natural science, holding a false theory does not make you confused, it just makes you wrong. Once the dispute between physicalism, dualism, and panpsychism has been cleared of confusion, why can we leave natural science to settle it? In principle, they can find out exactly what happens in our brains when we think or feel or see or decide. Of course, it is one thing to observe a correlation between mental and physical events, and another to postulate and identify between the correlated events. But wouldn't it still be good scientific practice to postulate that the mental events are the physical events, if that is the best, most economical way to explain their correlation? Who needs philosophers for that? If you find the zombie through experiments convincing if you find the zombie thought experiments convincing, you'll feel that scientists are missing something crucial if they fail to take account of it. Philosophers are the people most trained to apply such thought experiments. But even if zombies are impossible, there are less extreme reasons for not leaving all the work to natural scientists. For we are not asking just about some particular mental events. We are asking about very general types of mental events. One of the mental event is thinking is 5 plus 10 mean equals 12. There is no law that only humans can think that 5 plus 7 equals 12. Even if humans are the only creatures on earth to have thought it so far, one day members of future species or sophisticated robots may think it. Inhabitants of another planets may have thought it long ago. Even if humans are only things in the universe ever to think that 5 plus 7 means equals 12, which is unlikely. But if it could have been otherwise. But when robots are or radically different life forms think that 5 plus 7 equals 12, what goes on inside them won't look much like what goes on inside us. Their equivalents of brains may differ radically from human brains, even if scientists can identify in physical terms a general type of event that goes on in human brains when only when their owners think that 5 plus 7 equals 12. Already a big if that type of event is very unlikely to be what goes on in equally physical but non-human thinkers when they think that 5 plus 7 equals 12. Thus, we cannot expect such observational and experimental methods to give an adequately general answer to the question, what is it to think that 5 plus 7 equals 12? They will not tell us whether the mental type of event, even thinking that 5 plus 7 equals 12, is the same as some physical type of event. Questions at that level of generally remain philosophical questions. This does not mean that observational and experimental methods are simply relevant to philosophical questions. After all, if a theory is false of human thinking, it is not universally true of all thinking. Moreover, we know far more about human thinking than about any non-human thinking. For us humans, the human case is the natural starting point. Through we hope to end up with a much more general theory. To get there, we'll need more theoretical methods. Inference to the best explanation. The methods philosophy needs to for choosing between rival theories need not be so different from the more theoretical methods of natural science. We want the theory that best explains whatever evidence we can get. The method of choosing between theories on the basis is called inference to the best explanation. It is widely used in both natural science and philosophy. Some people find the word explanation too narrow because they associate it with explaining why some event happened by identifying its cause. Not all theoretical explanations in science do that. For example, Isaac Newton explained previous laws of terrestrial motion about objects on Earth and celestial motion about the planets by deriving both from more basic laws of motion in general. Basic laws don't cause less basic or less basic ones because laws aren't events. Laws don't happen. Newton explained the less basic laws by unifying them under very simple but informative generalization. Although most philosophical theories lack the mathematical power on clarity of Newton's laws, they too can be compared with each other by similar criteria, such as simplicity, informativeness, generality, unifying power, and fit with evidence. That general way of choosing between theories is called adduction. Natural science needs adduction because, in principle, many competing theories are logical consistent with all the observational and experimental data available at a given time. Whenever a sensible theory is consistent with such data, so are infinitely many silly theories. For instance, one which says that gravity will behave in accordance with the sensible theory until your next birthday, but go haywire after that. All the events we have observed up to now happen before your next birthday. So those observations are just consistent with the haywire theory as with the sensible one because their predictions diverge only for later events. In that sense, current data cannot distinguish between the two theories, but if scientists had to take all such crazy, pointlessly complicated theories seriously, natural science would grind to a halt. Another example is the theory that the universe was created 6 months ago, complete with apparent memories and fake traces of early events, such as dinosaurs' fossils. In a sense, that theory explains all our data, but it is such a random, arbitrary, and necessarily complicated hypothesis that it counts as a very bad explanation. It does not deserve to be taken seriously. Similarly, philosophers don't waste time on the random, arbitrary, necessarily complicated theory that dualism applies on Sundays, but physicalism on other days of the week. Even when scientists do take two rival theories seriously, they may prefer one on grounds of simplicity. It helps counterattack dangerous scientists know as overfitting. It might seem obvious that we should always prefer the theory that fits the data more closely over one that fits them less closely, but the data usually contains some random errors. In practice, a scientist who always picks equations to fit the data perfectly has to choose very complicated equations to fit what are in fact inaccurate data. As soon as new data become available, they are forced to switch to new one, even more complicated equations to fit them too, and so on, reaching no stable conclusion. That's overfitting. A more robust strategy scientists find is to prefer simple equations that fit the data more roughly, since doing so makes one less vulnerable to inaccuracies in the data. Here is a toy example. Imagine a scientist measuring some quality at 1 minute intervals. She comes up with the following sequence of values: 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 14, 16, 18, 20. It goes up to each time, except around 11. She could take all the numbers at face value and come up with some complicated hypothesis to fit them. Alternatively, she might guess that she made a mistake in measuring it. It should have been 12, not 11, and go with the much simpler hypothesis that really the quantity went up by 2 each time. The former strategy is overfitting. Experience shows that it tends to give bad results. The later strategy is more productive. It is not cheating, rather it is taking into account the viability of measurement process. Overfitting occurs in philosophy too. Philosophers rely too exclusively on judgments about thought experiments, come up with complicated, messy theories to fit all those judgments. They have to keep changing their theories to fit judgments about new thought experiments. Their theories become more and more complicated and messy. They reach no stable conclusion. They make themselves too vulnerable to inaccuracies in the judgments about thought experiments. Even if they have pretty reliable in those judgments, they cannot expect to be infallible. Their strategy makes insufficient allowance for occasional errors. If they put more weight on the simplicity of a theory, they would learn to be more critical of their verdicts about thought experiments. Although psychology needs such verdicts, it also needs a strategy to handle the danger of errors in them. Putting weight on simplicity in comparing theories provides such a strategy. 7. Deducing. Deduction in philosophy and elsewhere. Many philosophers are proud to emphasize that they don't dogmatically assert their views, they argue for them. The kind of argument they often have in mind is deduction. In a strictly logical sense, the conclusion of deductive argument follows logically from the premise its assumptions. To assert the premises and deny the conclusion would be logically inconsistent. For instance, first premise: either there is no suffering or there is no God. Second premise: there is suffering. Conclusion: there is no God. This argument for atheism is deductively valid if the premises hold it. If it follows logically that the conclusion holds too, it follows because the first premise offers two alternatives, of which the second premise eliminates one, so only the other alternative is left. This specific form of argument is called disjunctive syllogism. It is one of many deductively valid forms of argument. Not only philosophers use deduction, proofs in mathematics are claim chains of deductions. Some everyday reasoning too is deductive. If you reason that your keys are either upstairs or downstairs, and they are not downstairs, they must be upstairs, you're relying on disjunctive syllogism according to the ancient Greek philosophers Chrysippus. Even dogs use disjunctive syllogism. One day, when chasing a rabbit, his dog came to a place where the path forked three ways. The dog sniffed at the first two ways, then ran down the third way without sniffing. It didn't need to sniff because it was reasoning. The rabbit went either this, that, or other way. It didn't go this or that way, so went the other way. Since the mid-19th century, deductive logic has progressed in leaps and bounds through the use of precise artificial languages, whose formulas are much clearer in logical structures than sentences of native human languages like English and Mandarin. Mathematical logic is a branch of mathematics widely applied in computer science. Indeed, the work of Alan Turing and others in mathematical logic was the basis for the development of the modern computer. Philosophers often use modern logic to make their arguments more precise and rigorous, sometimes by translating them into an artificial language where their validity can be checked more easily and reliably. It's like waiting to see what really happens in slow motion replay rather than basing one's judgment on the real-time blur or action. But all the power and insight of modern logic ultimately derive from normal human capacities for simple reasoning, validity, and soundness. In calling an argument valid, one makes no judgment on whether the premises and the conclusion are true. One only excludes the case where the premises are true and the conclusion false. A valid argument with true premises, and therefore a true conclusion, is called sound. Thus, if two arguments have mutually inconsistent conclusions, they can't both be sounded, but they can both be valid. Compare the argument at the start of the chapter for atheism with an argument against atheism. Also by disjunctive syllogism. First premise: either life has no meaning or there is a God. Second premise: life has a meaning. Conclusion: there is a God. In both displayed arguments, the conclusion really does follow from premises, so both are valid, but most of them is sound. There can't be both a God and a no God. Confronted with these two valid arguments for mutually inconsistent conclusions, one must assess their premises. Some premises are obvious truth. For instance, the second premises of first argument, there is suffering, is obvious even if someone somewhere is crazy enough to deny the obvious. But most philosophically significant arguments have at least one non-obvious premise. For instance, the first premise of both displayed arguments are non-obvious. Philosophers that then seek further arguments for non-obvious premises that their original arguments, and then still other arguments for the non-obvious premises of those further arguments, and so on. Here, where does this regress lead? An analogy with mathematics may look encouraging. For instance, in arithmetic, the theory of the counting numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, one can validly deduce very non-obvious theorems through long proofs from very obvious axioms. Can stop can't one hope to do the same in philosophy? Unfortunately, the history of philosophy suggests not. Although brilliant philosophers have tried that way to determine whether there is a good or have failed, experience suggests that the same goes for most other philosophically interesting questions. For instance, physicalism is logically consistent, as is dualism, but they are logically inconsistent with each other. So logic alone cannot settle the dispute between them. In most areas of philosophy, the sort of systematic deep general theory of to which our understanding most aspires is the least likely to be deducible from obvious premises. Premises. Give me one more second. I'll go to the bathroom. We are almost on the last 50 pages, so we're good. I think in 1 hour I'll be able to hand the readings. Give me just 5 minutes, please. Let's go, boys. Let's finish this. I believe that I can finish this in half an hour. Let's go. Some theories have low deductive power. Little can be deduced from them. This may be several. This may be for several reasons. A theory may be precise but hyper cautious. For instance, a theory saying only at least one event caused at least one other event is fairly precise but pretty uninformative, or a universal generalization of the form of everything is so and so tend to be more informative, since they logically imply an instance about whether we like this thing as much so and so. But even universal generalization don't tell us much if so and so is too vague. Imagine a philosopher who announces everything is a synthesis of being and becoming, and just waffles when asked on synthesis of being and becoming means. The theory might sound impressive at first hearing, but it doesn't tell us much. It's too unclear that its consequences are meant to be such informative theories that have low explanatory power. They explain little. More generally, they don't answer our questions. Precise universal generalization tend to have more deductive and explanatory power. Precision-loving philosophers are sometimes criticized for excessive caution, even for intellectual cowardice. The idea is that the truly bold philosophers are those ready to plunge into the depths of obscurity, risking all in murky darkness, while the precision lovers play trivial games in the clear shallows. It's a nice picture. The vagueness lovers safe, dream, and dangerous, wild and woolly prose may sound radical, but it's really the easy, comfortable option, because its clarity makes it unrefutable. It makes one's mistake impossible to pin down. The risky option is saying something clear, then specific enough to be refuted. A theory can also have too much deductive power in the extreme case where it is logically inconscient. In standard logic, an inconscient theory collapses because it implies every statement whatsoever, since it cannot consistently deny anything. Thus, the moon is and is not made for cream cheese implies you are not the Pope. In seeming to explain everything, an inconsistent theory explains nothing. Since clarity magnifies deductive power, clear theories are more at risk of this ultimate disaster than unclear ones. They earn correspondingly more credit if they manage to avoid abduction in logic and mathematics. Given what's been said so far, the role of deduction in philosophy looks very similar to its role in natural science. This may suggest that philosophy is methodologically closer to natural science than to mathematics, where every theorem must have a deductive proof, but that conclusion is premature, for even in mathematics, every proof depends on the first principles, which are accepted without appeal to a further proof of them. If you trace a mathematical proof back from its conclusion, step by step, it must eventually come to first principles in a finite number of steps. Otherwise, it would be circular or go back in an infinite regress, and so be no genuine proof. Thus, mathematical proof depends on something non-deductive, the support for its first principles. What are the first principles in mathematical proof? Some are mathematical reasoning, such as the principles that a universal generalization implies any of its individual instance. Others are specifically mathematical principles, such as axiom of infinite, which says that there is an infinite set, one with infinite many members, 0, 1, 2, 3. Some philosophers have tried to dismiss the first principles of logic and mathematics are mere verbal convention, partial definition of logical and mathematical words such as every and set. However, those attempts misrepresent the use of such words. For example, the axiom of infinity is not a partial definition of the word set. Finitists deny the axiom and hold all sets to be finite. In doing so, they need not misunderstand the word set or advocate a change in its meaning. They may simply think that the axiom with its current meaning is false. Like most mathematicians, I take the axiom to be true, but it would be totalitarian to insist that no one really disagrees. A sort of representative tolerance. Humans' language leave far more room for diversity of opinion than that. Genuine questions of truth and falsity arise for fundamental principles of logic and mathematics, just as they do for fundamental principles of physics. Those questions should be fairly addressed, not evaded. What warrants us in accepting some principles of logic and mathematics while rejecting others? They are not all obvious or self-evident. In particular, it is not obvious or self-evident that there is an infinite set. A more promising alternative is to apply the same adductive methodology to the assessment of fundamental theories in logical and mathematics that capture six applied to theories in natural science and philosophy. A kind of inference to be best explanation. Bertrand Russell took his view in an essay of 1907. He wrote, using the term induction rather than abduction, about the first principle of logic and mathematics. After he had spent years trying to qualify them, we tend to believe that premises because we can see that their consequences are true, instead of believing the consequences because we know the premises to be true. But the inferring of premises from consequences is a sense of introduction. Thus, the method of investigating the principles of mathematics is really an inductive method and is certainly the same as the method of discovering any other science. Thus, we accept the axiom of infinite because we need it to unify mathematics by deriving many already accepted mathematical theories from one and more fundamental logic mathematics theory. Russell's description, based on his own experience fits the historical development of fundamental theories in logic and mathematics far better than does any talk of verbal convention or apparent self-evidence. Most research in logic and mathematics is non-fundamental. One proves theorems deductively, applying accepted principles and methods, taking their correctness for granted without asking where they come from. But when the correctness is questioned about is abductive, thus it is a false contrast to describe natural science and philosophy as abductive, logic and mathematics as deductive. Abduction plays a discrete but fundamental role in logic and mathematics too. We might picture philosophy as somewhere between mathematics and natural science, except that doing so misleading suggests a one-dimensional co- uh, com- comparison in respect of abduction. Philosophy is closer to natural science than to the non-natural science of mathematics in respect of real-life experimentation. Philosophy is closer to mathematics than to natural science. Abduction's fundamental role in logic and mathematics shows that real-life experimentation is essential to abductive methodology as such, even though it is essential to the success of many specific abductive projects. This is a warning not to take abduction fundamental role in philosophy as a reason to assimilate philosophy to natural science. As a systematic methodical form of inquiry, philosophy is a science, but not a natural science, non-neutral logic. When philosophers argue deductively, they usually accept principles and methods of logic and perhaps mathematics, taking their correctness for granted without asking where they come from. This can encourage the impression that logic is neural umpire between philosophical theories without philosophical commitments of its own. The impression is false. All first principles of logic, even proposed, have been challenged on philosophical grounds. The challenge may be mistaken, but they are not crazy in no interesting sense, and are first principles philosophically neutral in general, although they might be accepted by both sides in manner particular philosophical disputes. The most famously contested logical principle is the law of excluded middle, a central principle of classical standard logic. Each instance of LEM says that something is either or not so, or is either so or not so. That includes statements about the past and the future as well as the present. Here is one instance of LEM. Either you sneeze tomorrow or you do not sneeze tomorrow. Some philosophers would reject that statement because they regard the future as still unsettled. For them, it's open whether you snooze tomorrow or not. It could go either way. They argue you sneeze tomorrow isn't yet true or false. You do not sneeze tomorrow is also yet not true or false. Therefore, the whole either or statement itself is not yet true or false. Thus, they rejected LEM, and with the classical logic, one can pick holes in their reasoning, but is not crazy. Traditionally, the worst sin against rationality was to assert a contradiction. You can have a rational discussion with people who willing contradict themselves, but some logical paradoxes going back to ancient Greece make it very hard to avoid contradicting oneself. For example, epidemics and cretins make just the following statements. They say the statement is not true. Is S true? If S is not true, then since that is what S says, is S is true. If S is true, then B what C says. S is not true. Either way, we get a contradiction, which most logicians do their utmost to avoid. A few, such as Greth and Priest, so-called dialectics, argue that in these paradoxical cases, the best option is to embrace the contradiction, asserting S is both true and not true. I am no dialectic, but I know from experience that you can have a rational discussion with Graham Priest to argue for dialectism. We even used the abductive methodology advocated here. In a classic logic, a contradiction logically implies all statements whatsoever. See the hand of the section Abduction in Logic and Mathematics. It would be crazy to commit oneself to all statements together. to all statements whatsoever. But dialectics do not want to go that far. To avoid, they revise classical logic to enable them to localize the effects of a contradiction so that most statements don't follow from it. The way they do so requires them to reject this disjunctive syllogism. Thus, they will regard the earlier arguments by this disjunctive syllogism for and against a theism as logically invalid, even if they are not a type of example where they think the principle leads one badly astray. Arguably, they dialectic underestimate the cost of abandoning classic logic, since classical logic is tacitly used throughout science, restricting it as massive knock-on effects. Atheists hope to recover classical logic whenever they need it in non-paradoxical situations on a case-by-case basis by adding extra assumptions to the effect classical logic is okay in this case. Those assumptions must be added to all sorts of completely normal scientific explanations in non-paradoxical situations to make them work without guaranteeing the general validity of classical logic, messing up elegant scientific explanation with numerous extra assumptions made up as one goes along reduces the power of those explanations all over science. If instead one retains classical logic and makes adjustments elsewhere, one can avoid such widespread losses of explanatory power and so strike a better bargain in terms of scientific methodology for comparing theories sketched in chapter 6. Nevertheless, weighting the costs of benefits for rival solutions to the paradoxes is delicate. Dialectics may have got it wrong, but not crazily wrong. One of the most trivial sounding principles of logic, with the grand sounding title The Reflexivity of Identity, just says everything itself. Even AI has been denied. Some philosophers think nothing is self-identical, for everything is always changing, and when things change, they are not themselves. Their arguments rests on subtle, non-crazy mistakes about how the logic or identity and the logic of time interacts, but the result is still that they deny AI. Developments in natural science have also been taken to motivate revisions of classic logic. Hilario Putman and a few other non-crazy philosophers argue that the best way to understand some puzzling phenomenon in quantum mechanics is by supposing that logic in the quantum world is classical. According to the classical principle of distributivity, statement 1 belongs below logical implies statement 2, where F, G, and C are three properties a physical system can have. 1. The system has F and either G or H. 2. System has either F and G or F and H. In quantum logic, statement 1 does not logically imply statement 2. The distributive fails. This challenge to classic logic is not absurd, and it floats no linguistic convention. The question is whether loosening distributivity really does help explain what is physically going on in the quantum world. Unfortunately for quantum logic, the answer seems to be no. It does not solve the underlying problems in physics. Putnam later abandoned quantum logic. The point is that his challenge couldn't simply be dismissed. The intellectually responsible way of meeting it was to think through in detail whether a change of logic would help us understand the quantum world, logic and philosophy. Bertrand Russell wrote, logic is concerned with the real world just as truly as zoology. thought with its more abstract and general features. He hasn't viewing the real world from an ivory tower. He wrote those words in prison during World War One, sentenced to 6 months for prejudicing Britain's relations with the USA. It's a lie by suggesting in a magazine article that American troops in Britain might be used for strike breaking. Classical logic is a good theory of the most abstract and general features of the real world. It has no transcendental justification, no proof that ultimately no challenge to it makes sense. It needs such justification. Rather, classic logic is justified, like other science theories, by the sort of abductive comparison with rivals sketched in chapter 6. Classical logic is simple and elegant. It is logically stronger than the most of its rivals, more informative, with power to unify and explain general patterns. It has been tested far more intensely than any non-classical logic and found adequate, since it has been the background logic of mathematics and other science for millennia. Attempts to show that it doesn't fit the evidence never have never succeeded. It is one of our best scientific theories. Classical logic is also a contribution to philosophy. The abstract and general patterns in reality it describes are of central philosophical significance. They are both of interest in their own right and value as constraints on philosophical theorizing. Otherwise, it's too easy for philosophers to blame their inconsciousness on classical logic. There's an old saying, a bad workman blames his tools. Classical logic often forces us to go deeper to solve a problem. Classical logic concerns the logic or of not and or every, some and is, rather than revising classical logic. Some logical theories extended it. As an example is modal logic, which concerns the logic of can and must, or possible and necessary. For instance, if you can't say, it logically follows that either you can sit and sing or you can sit and not sing. By contrast, if you must sit, it does not logically follow that either you must sit and sing or you must sing and not sing. Singing may be up to you. Modal logic systematically studies which such arguments are valid, which invalid, since it often matters philosophically whether something is possible or impossible, necessary or contingent. Modal logic is the relevant branch of logic for many philosophical arguments. Here is an example of controversial hypothesis in what is called quantified modal logic. Everything is necessarily something. Everything is necessarily something. This implies that you are necessarily something. You couldn't have been nothing. But what if your parents have never met? Would you have been nothing then? If you deny the hypothesis, you are in effect making another statement in the language of modal logic. Not everything is necessarily something. Philosophers are currently working out the consequences of each alternative to see which gives a better overlay theory. Despite the controversies, logic makes obvious progress. Much of that progress is progress in philosophy. 8. Using the history of philosophy. Is philosophy history? If you enter a university department of philosophy, you soon find that much in some places, most of what's taught in there is history of philosophy. By contrast, little or none what's taught in a department of mathematics or natural science is history of mathematics or of natural science. Occasionally, names of mathematicians and or scientists are attached to discoveries, but So students aren't expected to know how they came to make them, still less read their original writings, in which those results may be unrecognizable. So a line are the outlook and language. Meanwhile, philosophy students have to read books or latch chunks of them by long dead great philosophers, at least in translation. Philosophy seems to have a difficult relation to its past from that of mathematics and natural science of their past. Few philosophers are happy to leave their history of philosophy to history departments when past philosophers are studied there. It's called history of ideas. More attention is paid to their lives, their social, political, religious, and cultural contexts and constraints, the circumstances in which they developed, wrote, and taught, what they are, what they read, and who influenced them, what they took for granted, and what they were reacting against, who they were writing for, what contemporary effects their work their works were intended to have or actually did have on, and so on. When the same philosophers are studied in philosophy departments, it's called history of philosophy. The main focus is what is in their work itself rather than its interconnections with its surroundings at the time. The aim is to understand the content as a living, coherent system of that still makes sense to us today. The history of philosophy is part of philosophy. Still, there is distinction between putting forward a theory as what some philosopher held me, putting it forward as true. Scholarly historians of philosophy are usually clear about the difference. They are asking what theory of the philosopher held. What, held, not what theory is true. Unfortunately, there is another widespread kind of philosophical writing that blurs the line. Some overwhelming thinkers, such as great German philosopher Immanuel Kant, are often written about like that. When you read, we cannot know things in themselves. It is left unclear whether the writer is just claiming that Kant, though, that we cannot know things in themselves, or is actually endorsing Kant's view by claiming in their own voice that we cannot know things in themselves. Confusing the two claims is defensively convenient, for it enables the author to dismiss criticism aimed at the first claim as missing the point of the second, and criticism aimed at the second claim and missing the point of the first. If you argue that it's wrong as history, the response is to talk about things in themselves. If instead you argue that it's wrong as a philosophy, to response is to talk about Kant. Often such writing is neither good history nor good philosophy. On one view, philosophy just is the history of philosophy because there's nothing else for it to be. The view has been very influential, especially in continental Europe, though it is now losing ground. A friend of mine, an Italian philosopher, first visited Oxford University in the late 70s. She found it charmingly naive that people there were still trying to solve philosophical problems. She had been educated, she explained, in a philosophical culture which took me for granted that fundamentally different systems have no common ground on which to base a decision between them. On that view, we cannot meaningfully ask which of them is objectively true. We can only think within our historically given system or another, even if we are trying to subvert it from within. I am sometimes asked about. I am sometimes asked which philosopher I work on, as though that is what any philosopher must do. I reply Oxford style. I work on philosophical problems, not on philosophers. The idea that philosophy can only be history of philosophy is self-defeating, for it is itself a controversial philosophical option which we are under no obligation to accept. It is not supported by evidence. Hardly any of the philosophers studied in history of philosophy, such as those mentioned in this book, themselves wrote on the history of philosophy. Their objective was not to interpret other philosophers' theories or even their own, but to construct such theories in the first place. For instance, about the mind and its place in nature, not radically different from scientific theories. The same applies to most of the theories being developed in philosophy today. Moreover, has already seen, there are ways of deciding rationally between such theories as identifying philosophy with the history of philosophy is a deeply an historical attitude because it is unfaithful to that history itself. Although studying the history of a philosophical problem such as free will is one way of studying that problem, many ways of studying a problem are not ways of studying its history. Just as studying a problem in mathematics or natural science is typically not studying its history. Fortunately, the history of philosophy can be and is studied with no imperialist ambition for it to take over the whole of philosophy, monuments and influence. One can explore the history of philosophy as sort of intellectual tourist, just as an atheist can wander in admiration we through a great temple, cathedral, or mosque, so one can read great monuments of philosophy while rejecting the theories they express. Some works, such as Plato's Dialogues, are unforgettable masterpieces of literature which with obviously artistic qualities of prose, style, imagery, and dramatic form. Others, such as Kant's Critique of Pure Reason and George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit, and turgidly written but still constitute tremendous works of art by their towering, intricate architectures of ideas. Of course, even if a building is breathtaking at first sight, the less one understands about its structure and function, how they correspond. For instance, how a temple's special layout enable movements through it to express religious and social meanings, the more superficial is one's appreciations. The same goes for philosophical works. Once one has an intelligent, well-informed guide, one realizes how much one was missing as an ignorant tourist. One learns and values more on every visit. Already at this level, studying the history of philosophy repays the effort. A great work of philosophy tells a new story about how things are of a very general abstract kind. Usually the author intended the story to be true, but even if it is false, it might still be a good example. It might still be a good story, and we may enjoy it as such, without illusions. For example, in treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, and three dialogues between Hylas and Philonous, the Irish philosopher Bishop George Berkeley developed the subjective ideal idealist idealist view that reality consists of nothing but minds and their ideas, of which trees, tables, and other observable objects are constructs. Cheekily, he argued for his theory as the best defense of common sense and religion against a purely scientific post-Newtonian worldwide. One might wonder, with friends like Berkeley, who needs enemies? But even if we find subjective idealism or an outraged common sense, we can still enjoy the experience of viewing things through its spectacles and admire Berkeley's skill in building an elegant and surprisingly robust edifice out of such flimsy immaterial material. Apart from the intrinsic interest and beauty of philosophical ideas, their history is one key to human history in general. As Berkeley illustrates, much of the battle of ideas between religious and scientific worldviews has been thought out within philosophy. The world's idea itself goes back to Plato, the Austrian philosopher scientist Ernst Mach influenced both Robert Musil's novel The Man Without Qualities and Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity. Many political arguments are defined in terms of philosophical ideas like human rights, less benigni lie. The office doctrine of Stalin's Soviet Union was dialect materialism rooted in 19th century German philosophy. False theories as well as true ones have effects. In early 20th century logic, a question arose that was both mathematical and philosophical. What does it mean to have a definite method for solving a mathematical problem without need of creativity? To answer the question, Alan Turing devised an abstract theory of imaginary universal computing machines. Later, in attempt to break German codes during World War II, he actually built such a machine. Its success helped defeat Nazism. That was the origin of the modern computers, which have transformed our world. It is hard or impossible to predict in advance what effect a philosophical idea will have on history. Turing is a reminder that the historical effect of a philosophical theory can depend on its exact content, not just its general tendency. If his theory had been slightly different in detail, it might have been incapable of doing the technical job and so would not have produced working computers. Which ideas have influence in philosophy depends on which look convincing or at least promising to other philosophers. Scholars who only think as historians, not as philosophers, may lack the philosophical skills to judge how an idea would have looked to the best philosophers. Such historians are not even best placed to judge what ideas a past philosopher was expressing in a given text. For historical texts are often hard to interpret. Sometimes only part of a manuscript is preserved. Sometimes several versions of work survive, differing from each other at crucial points. Even without those problems, words are grammar, and grammar might be multiple ambiguous, even if the literal meaning is clear. It might be unclear that the author is getting at how an argument is meant to work, whether a given statement is being endorsed or just set up for later demolition, what moral the reader is expected to draw, and so on. To determine how the text should be read, one must compare various alternative interpretations to see which makes the most sense, and interpretation that makes the text internally inconscious is less likely to be the author's intent. Judging the internal coherence of a sophisticated philosophical text requires philosophical skills, which those who think as historians rather than philosophers may lack. That is why historians of philosophy must be capable of thinking as philosophers, though they must be capable of thinking as historians. If you don't know, the Roman Catholic Church had the Italian philosopher scientist Giordano Bruno burned at the stake in February 16 for heresy. You can't consider how that event may have influenced what 17th century philosophers wrote and didn't write. Can the history of philosophy help solve philosophical problems? Suppose that you are interested in contemporary philosophical problems. Will your ability to make progress with them be impeded if you ignore past philosophy? If you really ignore all past philosophy, that includes the past 30 years, you would be trying to redo philosophy from scratch. That would be no more sensible than trying to redo mathematics or physics from scratch, ignoring all previous discoveries. With luck, you would reinvent the wheel. Alternatively, you might reinvent the square wheel. That's no reflection on your personality, on you personally. There's no reflection on you personally. In all these areas, we have reached where we are now through the combined efforts of hundreds of brilliant thinkers over thousands of years. No one individual human could achieve in a lifetime what they have achieved together. There is a myth of the lone genius thinking everything out of for themselves in glorious isolation. That is not how philosophy or mathematics or natural science works, although much has been achieved there by solitary thought. It was done by thinkers who had already learned much from the work of others. Perhaps the closest to counterexample was the Indian mathematical genius Srinivasa Ramanujan. But even he started from textbooks. Still less do good philosophers appear like gurus from the wilderness. Philosophy advances by rationally comparing rival ideas through dialogue, non-monologue. One must involve in the conversation to know which ideas have been proposed as rivals to one's own. What common ground one has with their proponents to start from in arguing against them. The lone guru lacks such knowledge. The two gurus must learn to listen as well as talk to each other. In practice, those who make significant original contributions to philosophy are well acquainted with the recent work of other philosophers. To that extent, philosophy resembles mathematics and natural science. The controversial issue is whether philosophers need much more knowledge of the less recent history of their subject that mathematicians and natural scientists need of theirs. Has contemporary philosophy already absorbed all the insignificant insights of early work? One point is this: it's hard to know what assumptions present philosophy takes for granted until one uncovers past philosophy that did not take them for granted. That's part of the value of taking them for granted in order to not waste time thinking about them. But philosophers typically want to detect their assumptions, not let them fly under the radar. The unexamined life is not worth living, said Socrates. According to Plato, examining one life involves identifying what one has been taking for granted. For instance, many contemporary philosophers assume that moral duties always outweigh aesthetic considerations of beauty and ugliness, unaware that they are making a substantive assumption. Reading Friedrich Nietzsche could alert them to alternatives and perhaps make them question their assumption. Of course, not only reading past philosophy can have that effect. If they moved to Italy, they might understand how low view of aesthetic value can look less compelling than it does in Northwest Europe and North America. Cultures heavily influenced by Protestantism, but studying the history of philosophy is one good way of achieving that kind of culture shock. Once we recognize our assumption, we might reject it as false or unwarranted. Sometimes a liberating experience, sometimes a scary one, but we may instead continue to accept it. Now, consciously, we might try to give it further support from the history of philosophy. We may learn where it comes from. It's good to know one's intellectual ancestry. At a time when only a limited range of ideas are under discussion in philosophy, knowing more of its history expands one's resources. Like good mathematicians, good philosophers have lots of different examples and strategies up their sleeve to use as needed. The history of philosophy is a prime source for such examples and strategies. The historical record serves another purpose too. Most philosophical ideas start vague. They can be developed and sharpened in many different ways. The taste of an idea is whether at least one such version works. If so, the idea is good. That other version of it doesn't work, doesn't matter. We shouldn't rely on opponents of the original idea to find the best version of it. They want it to fail and so are likely to give up too easily. It's up the idea supporters the best to find the best versions. If the most intelligent and ingenious of them struggle for many years to make it work and still failed, that's excellent evidence against the idea. It's stronger than any one precise argument, for the latter will refute some versions of the idea but not others. An example is the verification principle advocated by so-called logical positivists like Rudolf Carnap from the 1920s onwards. The rough idea was that to make a meaningful statement about the world, you must say something that can be verified or falsified by observation. The intent was to include scientific statements while excluding unscientific ones. Logical positivists made numerous clever attempts to find a precise version of the verification principle. All failed because they turned out either to include obviously unconscious statements or to exclude obviously specific ones. From the logical positivists' own perspective, that track record of failure is more powerful argument against the very idea of a verification principle than the individual refutation of any specific version. If there were a workable version of verification principle, the logical positivists would have found it. Although convoluted attempts to find the holy grail of logical positivism are occasionally still made, they have gone nowhere. To use the helpful terminology of the philosopher of science Imre Lakatos, logical positivism is a degenerating research program. The history of philosophy keeps the track record of such efforts. It gives us evidence that an idea is no good because attempts to make it work led to degenerating research program. In modern times, few philosophical developments have been directly inspired by much early work. even when the older precedents, even when the old precedents were clear in retrospect, the new ideas often had to be discovered independently before the similarly could be recognized. For example, the idea of a possible world, a fully detailed course and of events the universe could have taken has turned out to be central technically and philosophically to understanding the meaning of a logic of modal verbs such as can and must, may and oh. What's possible it is what holds in some possible world. What's necessary is what holds in every possible world. In the actual world, you're reading this book is in another possible world. This book was never written. The 300 years ago, Lib, Lib, Leibniz already wrote about possible worlds. Unlike modern philosophers, he conceived them as ideas in the mind of God, who choose which one to actualize. God chose this one because it is the best of all possible worlds. Leibniz implausible claims, but he did not inspire model logic, which had to develop in its own way until in the 1940s. Carnap found a key technical role for what he called state description, not ideas in the mind of God, but consistent and complete stories in words. He then remarked that his state descriptions were a knowledge to Leibniz's possible worlds. Without the independent development of model logic, the utility of possible worlds would have been unappreciated. Philosophy is not very different from other disciplines in how its history helps generate new ideas. Still, the history is used more than mathematics in mathematics and natural science. Why? Perhaps more than any other discipline, philosophy is willing to question its own assumptions as well as of those of others. When mathematicians question basic mathematical assumptions or physicists question basic physical assumptions, they tend to be reclassified as philosophers, but then philosophers questions basic philosophical assumptions, they still count as philosophers. Since they keep returning to basics, they have more in common with their distant precedents, hence a role for the history of philosophy. Of course, progress in mathematics and natural science often depends on not questioning basic assumptions, but instead building on them. Such activity is normal science, in the words of the physicist, historian, and philosopher of science Thomas Kuhn. Only when normal science hits a crisis is there a return to basics and a questioning of them, often followed by a scientific revolution. According to Kuhn, much contemporary philosophy is normal philosophy, building on assumptions without questioning them. Then the history of philosophy plays only a minor role. However, philosophy also includes more revolutionary or would be revolutionary activity than most disciplines do, because it's traditional intellectual value, so it encourages and rewards the questioning of basic assumptions. The history of philosophy plays a correspondingly larger role. Surely it is good for our culture to have a discipline as ready to question basic assumption as philosophy is, but one that routinely questions every assumption will do no more good than children who ask why. Whatever they are told, we cannot expect explanation and justifications to go on forever, putting all one assumptions on hold just means intellectual paralysis. We need knowledge to guide our questioning and determine our priorities. Philosophy must achieve a delicate balance between questioning assumptions and putting them to work. The abdu- abdu- abductive method described in chapter 7 helps achieve that balance using other fields. Philosophy is one of the amongst many fields of systematic inquiry: mathematics, physics, biology, history, economics, psychology, linguistics, social anthropology, computer science. None is sound proofed from the rest. Each learns from others. Creativity often involves combining ideas and knowledge from different areas. Philosophy is no exception. That doesn't make it somehow secondary and any more than physics is secondary because it relies on mathematics. If philosophers brought no distinctive skills of their own to encounters with another field, they would add nothing new to his work. Often, the influence goes in both directions, teaching of learning. This capture illustrates some of the many ways philosophy learns from elsewhere. History. Philosophy overlaps history, since both include the history of philosophy, but other paths of philosophy can also learn from other parts of history. An example is political philosophy. It asks how society should be organized. Some people say the best form of government is benevolent dictatorship. That's a simple theory in political philosophy. Is it true? Benevolent dictatorship is not really a form of government, for benevolence isn't a structural matter, it's just a psychological trait someone may happen to have. What ensures that the next dictator will be benevolent, and how does he or she knows that what people really want or need? Moreover, how does benevolent dictatorship work in practice? That's a question about history. The answer: it doesn't work in practice, but it's still the best theory of Dodgety. The point of a system of government is to work in practice with living people in real time. When someone advocates such a system, we should demand evidence that in practice it works better than the alternatives. As an example of real life benevolent dictatorship, people sometimes give Josip Broz Tito, the communist leader of Yugoslavia from 1944 until his death a few days later. The country broke up in a bloody civil war. Should he be blamed for it or praised for preventing it happening earlier? What was life like under his rule? How benevolent was he really? I'm hardly neutral, since my father-in-law spent 14 months in prison for publishing an article about citizen Tito. In any case, assessing Tito's rule is a complex task requiring deep historical knowledge. It advocates or of benevolent dictatorship deny he has an example. They should tell us who was. Then we can access their alternative examples in ways properly informed by history. If they say no director has never been benevolent, we should ask them how they know that benevolent dictatorship would work well if it were tried. Political philosophers usually discuss much less simple-minded proposals for the best system government than benevolent dictatorship, like Western-style liberal democracy. We should ask similar questions about those proposals too. History is our only record of how systems of government work in practice. The closest we can get to experiments in politics under realistic conditions. To ignore history in deciding the best system is intellectually and polit- politically irresponsible. Although many contemporary political philosophers avoid discussing historical examples in detail, their views their views still interact with impressions of history such as the comparative effects of democracy and dictatorship. The leading American political philosopher John Rawls divided political philosophy into ideal theory, which abstracts away from the darker aspects of real life, such as criminality, corruption, bigotry, and famine, and non-ideal theory, which takes them into account. Non-ideal theorists pay more attention than ideal theorists to history. Rawls gave priority to ideal theory, but there is now a move towards non-ideal theory. History may play an increasingly important role in political philosophy over the coming decades if it is to act as a proper reality check on philosophers' theorizing rather than just fuel to their prejudices. There will need to be a culture of using history written by serious historians rather than whatever popular history happens to suit on. Social anthropology. Social anthropology studies diverse human societies and cultures, how they are organized, what people in them believe, value, make, and do, and how they think, how they behave, as far as possible. As a social anthropology studies another society from within, living in it, perhaps for years, of observing life day by day, learning the language, asking questions, despite the contrast in methods between history and anthropology. Both help us understand how other societies, past and present, are in some ways very different from others, in other ways very similar. We learn to see another society from within and our own from outside. The British anthropologist Edward Evans Pritchard studied the role of magic for the peasants of Central America. Their belief in witchcraft and their use of oracles to make decisions by watching the effect of poison on a chicken. Unlike a historian studied the death, Evans Pritchard discussed all this with the Adzend, raising objections to their beliefs and listening to their replies. A Christian educated under the colonial power, he tried making decisions by posing oracle and found the method workable. He and the Adzend engaged in rational human communication about the very things on which they differ so much. Some philosophers deny the possibility of communication between different conceptual schemes, which they liken to mutually unstrangeable language. Others deny the very possibility of different conceptual schemes. Social anthropology demonstrates the limits of both views. Radical disagreement between human cultures is possible, but so is rational communication across such disagreements. Contrary to what some have thought, languages are not worldviews or forms of life. They do not dictate how you must think or behave. Instead, languages are more like marketplaces where people with clashing worldviews and forms of life can sometimes peacefully exchange ideas. None of this means that no worldview or belief system is truer than other. The extreme relativist belief that all beliefs are somehow equally true implies a refusal to take the challenge of other beliefs seriously, in dismissing the possibility that we are right and they are wrong. It also demises the possibility that they are right and we are wrong. Linguistics. Philosophy is done almost entirely in words, and occasionally diagram may help. Someday in words that wordless music, dance, painting, or sculpture can express philosophical ideas. But to discuss the value of those ideas properly, we must use words. Language is the essential medium of philosophy. If we misunderstand how words work, we are liable to do philosophy badly. And in assessing philosophical arguments, we look for valid patterns in the words. Is the remark what happens must happen, deep or shallow, controversial or trivial? It depends on how the word must is working. Another case is another case. If someone says Jane believes that 5 and 7 makes 12, one might reasonable object. She doesn't believe that they make 12. She knows they do. From such examples, some philosophers conclude that there can be knowledge without belief. But wait, if someone says Paris is a city in France, one might reasonable object it isn't a city in France. It is a capital, but it would be perverse to conclude that Paris isn't a city in France. The point of the objection to Paris is a city in France is that it said too little, not that it is too much. Although it's true as far as it goes, it would have been more helpful, less misleading, to say Paris is the capital of France. Similarly, the point of the objection to Jane believes that 5 and 7 makes 12 is that it said too little, not that it said too much. Although it's true as far as it goes, it would have been more helpful, less misleading, to say Jane knows that 7 and 5 makes 12. The negation it in doesn't it and isn't is being used as utterance, as inappropriate rather than false. Thus, the argument for knowledge without belief depend on neglecting phenom studies by linguists. Although most philosophical questions can't be answered just by understanding how language works, such understanding often enable us to recognize mistakes in arguments for bad answers to them. Since linguistics studies how language works, familiarity with it helps to avoid philosophical errors. One branch of philosophy of language studies language in its own right. In its own right, it engages closely with linguistics, especially semantics, which concerns linguistics, meaning, and pragmatics, which concerns the use of language in various controversial contexts. Philosophy of language and linguistics overlap extensively. Indeed, much of the theoretical framework for contemporary semantics and pragmatics was devised by philosophers of language. They included Donald Davidson, Richard Montaigne, David Kaplan, Saul Kripke, David Lewis, and Hans Kemp in semantics, and G. L. Austin, Paul Grice, and John Searle in pragmatics. Their research programs have been applied and developed by linguistics, often using similar methods, but one more languages and with a broader range of evidence. Philosophers have always been interested in language, the dominant human means of expressing ideas and communicating information. No wonder why they continue to learn from linguistics. Psychology. Traditionally, it was philosophy that studied the mind. Typically, The method was unsystematic introspection, looking into one's own consciousness and trying to observe what was going there. Then reasoning about the results. From the 19th century on, more systematical experimental methods were introduced to study and measure mental phenomena such as intensity of feelings. Psychology become a more like a natural science and split from philosophy. Nevertheless, just as contemporary philosophers of language engage closely with linguistics, some contemporary philosophers of mind engage closely with psychology. For instance, if you are interested in the nature of perception, sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, or memory, it would be foolish to ignore what experimental psychology has discovered about them. Introspection has proved an unreliable way of finding out what's going on in one's own mind, even though one seems to have a view of the best seat most of the action is happening off stage. The focus of one attention is far narrower than it seems. Philosophy of mind needs experimental psychology to keep it honest and go deeper. Both experimental psychologists, philosophers of mind, think about perceptual illusions, which reveal unexpected limits to the reliability of the heuristics, rules of thumb, which we rely to make sense of our perceptions. A famous example is Mueller-Lyer illusion, discovered in 1889. In the usual version, it involves two parallel lines of the equal strength, one with arrowheads added at each end and the other with fins headed at each end. The line with fins looks longer than the line with arrowheads. One striking feature of the illusion is that it persists after discovery, even when one has measured the lines and knows that they are of equal length. One line still looks longer than the other. The moral for philosophers is that perceptual appearances are not perceptual beliefs. What persists is that the appearance that one line is longer, not the belief that it is longer. Philosophy of mind isn't the only branch of philosophy that learns or should learn from psychology. Some epistemologists still cling to the view inspired by Descartes that fundamentally the only evidence one has to go on is one's own present internal states of consciousness. The justification of all one's other beliefs depends on their relation, so that basis supposedly one has direct access to one's internal consciousness, and only indirect access to the external world. The picture makes little sense unless internal consciousness is transparent to some sort of introspection. Such assumptions are hard to reconcile with contemporary psychology. None of this means that epistemology should be taken over by psychology. Legitimately, epistemologists want theories that hold independently of accidents of human psychology, where areas equally legitimately psychologists want theories about those very accidents. But if epistemologists rely on obsolete psychology theories on basic misconceptions about the human mind, as many do, there is not much hope for their generalization about all possible minds. So, economics. If you think of economics As people who give bad advice about economic policy, you might wonder what they have to teach philosophers. But most theoretical economics doesn't aim to give advice, it aims to understand the complexities of decisions making for agents interacting with each other, pursuing their own agendas while uncertain about their environment, the future, and each one often competing for scarce resources. Sometimes cooperating traditionally, the agents are assumed to meet at least minimal standards of rationality. They behave constantly even if they don't care about any higher good. For instance, they prefer appeals to orange and orange to pears. They don't also prefer to pears to apples, though aware that in practice humans sometimes behave unconsciously. Economists treat the assumption of rationality as good enough approximation to make a helpful starting point. Experimental economics investigates the gap between the predictions of the idealized models and observed human behavior. The most theoretical economics is not unlike philosophy in its level of abstraction and generality, though philosophy tends to be more concerned with questioning basic assumptions, economics with using them as precise framework within which to develop ever more sophisticated mathematical models. Philosophy and economics overlap extensively in ideas about what makes a decision rational. Each can learn from other. In many cases of cooperation or competition, what each side does depends on what it predicts the other will do. Thus, I am predicting your predictions about my predictions, and you are predicting my predictions about your predictions, and so on, as if to infinite. Our decision depend on our predictions. If you know that I know that you know where the money is hidden, you may take special precautions to hide your movements from me. If you think that I think that you don't know where it's hidden, you might not bother to take those precautions. Thus, complex structures of knowledge and beliefs about beliefs that can make a practical difference. Epistemic logic studies such complex knowledge structures. In its model, it comes from the work of Finnish philosopher J. H. Wintika, who developed it to cast light on traditional philosophical question of self-knowledge. If you want something, do you know that you know it? If you don't know something, do you know that you don't know it? In my own work, I have studied models of agents who know something, even though it's almost certain on their own evidence that they don't know that thing. Economists and computer scientists found that best epistemic logic was the best framework for some of their own investigations and made their major theoretical contributions to the field. The strategy is to study mathematical models of the knowledge of agents who are idealized in some ways but limited in other, in order to isolate the specific effects of those limitations. For instance, the agents may be perfect at making logical deductions but still ignorant of how much other agents know. Some of my most powerful, most truthful collaborative research has been a theoretical economist Hai Song Shin in epistemic logic, decision theory. Epistemic logic and similar inquiries other are philosophical in their aims, mathematical in their methods, and spread across many fields, including economics and computer science, in their applications. Although philosophers bring a distinctive emphasis to such collaboration, as they should, their interest in them is not radically different. The boundary between philosophy and non-philosophy run across a continuous landscape. Computer science I'm almost there, boys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We are in 5 hours. Oh my god. Theoretically, computer scientists got interested in the epistemic logic because they were working on distributed systems. Such a system distributes its work across several computers running simultaneously. Uh, those computers need to communicate with each other. One computer sends a message to another and needs to know what the message was received. Thus, the second computer needs to send a message back to the first, so that the first computer knows that the second computer knows the information in the original message. The second computer may also need to know what the first computer knows, that the second computer knows the information, and so on. Epistemic logic is the best framework for a general theory of such issues, but epistemic logic is not the central connection of computer science to philosophy. Fundamental to computer science is the distinction between hardware and software. Your laptop, your physical machine that can be dropped on the floor is hardware. A program that runs it, the other set of instructions is software. Many different programs can run on the same computer, and the same program can run on many different computers, even of different makes. Software is more abstract than hardware. Philosophers have used that idea to understand the distinction between mind and body. Both you and the intelligent extraterrestrial may know that 5 plus 7 equals 12, even though its brain is quite different from yours in chemical structure. The hardware is different, but this bit of software, the knowledge that 5 plus 7 equals 12, is the same. You and extraterrestrial may run the same program for being arithmetic. Your mind can do more, can no more be reduced to your body than software can be reduced to hardware. But that doesn't mean you're partly made of an extra substance, soul stuff, any more than your laptop is partly made of an extra substance, program stuff. Some philosophers reject the analogy between mind and software. According to Chalmers, for instance, a zombie can run your software but not your consciousness. Others regard consciousness as just super sophisticated software. Either way, until we distinguish software from hardware, we have hardly begun to explore the resources available to physicalists to understand the nature of mind. Moreover, further development in computer science and artificial intelligence just show how much software can do. Biology. One central strategy in philosophy of mind is to understand mental states by their function. What are knowledge, belief, desire, intention, emotion, sensation for? The question suggests one limitation of the software analogy. Normally, a program is whatever is. Normally, a program is whatever is for whatever is its programmer intended it to be for. But humans aren't programmed in that sense. Of course, our parents and teachers may have intentions for us, but some think society or God also has intention for us, but they don't write most of our specific mental states of as a programmer writes instructions. We don't even intend most of our own mental states in advance. We just find ourselves in them. For example, when scratched by thorns, you don't intend to feel pain. You simply feel it. Nevertheless, it still makes sense to ask what pain is for, and to suggest that its function is to alert us to injury so that we can act accordingly. Such hypotheses may help explain the nature of mental states. How can we understand this talk of functions without intentions? The best place to look is biology. By function of a heart is to pump blood around the body, whatever anyone intends it to do so or not. After all, most animals with hearts have no idea that hearts pump blood, nor is biological function a matter of what usually happens. The function of sperm is to fertilize eggs, but the most sperm never fertilize anything. An evolutionary explanation is more promising. Very roughly, there are sperm because best sperm occasionally fertilize eggs. Similarly, perhaps we feel pain because feeling pain sometimes helps our ancestors protect themselves from injury. At a more general level, mightn't the function of knowledge be to enable one to adapt quickly and flexibility to complex changes in one's environment? Philosophers disagree about how much can be explained in terms of biology functions, but without them, the philosopher's toolbox of instruments of understanding would be slightly poorer. Physics. Metaphysics is the branch of philosophy that studies in the general nature of reality, its structure and content. The name may suggest that metaphysics is about the aspects of reality that physics cannot reach, but that's a misunderstanding. Originally, it's just meant the book after the physics in the collection of Aristotle's works. Since physics studies the general nature of physical reality, its structure and content, its interests overlap those of metaphysics. For example, both physics and metaphysics study time. Some try to distinguish the two concerns with time by claiming that philosophers study the logic of time or our experience of time, while physicists study its physical aspects, but no such separation work. Some questions about time belong to both physics and metaphysics. Can time pass without change? Can time end between any two instants? Is there any other instant? Those questions concern the nature of time itself, not just our experience description of time. The division of events into past, present, and future is fundamental to everyday thought about time, but Einstein's specially theory of relativity makes trouble for that division, since it implies that two events may be simultaneously in one observer frames of reference, yet not in another's. Nothing seems to make one frame right, the other wrong. This treadmills the usual assumption of a single time order for all events. It remains controversial just how much of the common sense metaphysics of time special relativity undermines, but a philosopher working on the metaphysics of time without worrying about the implication of Einstein theory would be far too complacent. The case of time is not the only example. The interpretation of the quantum mechanics is a problem for both philosophers and physicists. Whether to count people as philosophers or physicists or theoretical physicists working on foundational questions may depend as much on whether they happen to be employed in a department of philosophy or physics as on what research they do. They may ask similar questions and use similar methods to answer them. In the mathematics, one way or another, most subjects are numbers and so rely on mathematics. They classify and count a measure, generating statistical data, hypotheses, and more or less probable the best framework for reasoning systematically about such methods in mathematical theory of probability. Once again, philosophy is no exception to the rule. Chapter 10 explains one important rule for mathematics in philosophy. 10. Model building. Models in science. Many natural scientists aim at a distinctive kind of progress which philosophers are starting to recognize as an appropriate aim for them too. The stereotype of science progress is discovering a new law of nature. Such laws are meant to be universal generalization about the nature of the world, holding without exception for all the times and places by some sort of necessity. nice if you can find one. However, most natural and social science studies messy, complex systems, cells, animals, planets, galaxies, families, organizations, societies, which are hard to characterize by universal laws. What laws must hold for the tigers? For example, all tigers are stripped won't do because they are albino tigers. All tigers are four-legged won't do either because they are three-legged tigers, and so on. All tigers are animals, it's true, but doesn't get as far. Although tigers obey the fundamental laws of physics, they everything else is nature. They won't console a biologist who wants say something specific about living things contrasted with elementary particles and stars. If we keep watering down our initial attempts, we may eventually reach something exceptional, but the degree is that it will be too weak and informative to be of much interest. This isn't just a problem about animals. Complex systems for all of the shapes and sizes tend to be messy and unreliable. To manage the problem, scientists have revised their objectives. Instead of seeking universal laws about complex systems, they build simplified models of them. Occasionally, there are physical models, water running through a sand trail to model a river eroding its banks, and a construction of colored rods and balls to model a DNA molecule. More typically, the models are abstract, defined by mathematical equations, which describes how a hypothetical system changes over time. The hypothetical system is vastly simpler than the real-life system of interest, but still has a few of their key features. The strategy is to analyze the behavior of the hypothetical system mathematically, in the hope that it will simulate some puzzling aspects of the real-life system's behavior, and thereby cast light on them. For example, you might wonder why a population of predators, say foxes, and a population of prey, say rabbits, keep oscillating, though rises and falls is in one of the most do not concede right, with rises and falls in the order. A key point is that holding other things equal, the more foxes there are, the more rabbits get eaten. The more rabbits there are, the more foxes can survive. One can write down differential equation that express the rate of increases or decreases each population is in terms of the current number of predators and prey. They know they are known as Lotka-Volterra model. In the most ways, it grossly oversimplifies. It ignores changes in the vegetation. The rabbits feed on, changes in the tendency of humans to hunt foxes and rabbits, variations amongst foxes, variations amongst rabbits, and so on. Since such factors make a difference, the equations are not universal laws. Indeed, they couldn't be, since for mathematical reasons the change in population is treated as continuous, even though in real life it changes in whole numbers. When one of 200 rabbits dies, the number goes straight up to 99, one with no intermediate time when the number of living rabbits was 19.5. Nevertheless, despite all this oversimplification, the model correctly predicts some general structures, features of population changes in predator species. Much progress in natural science is now of this kind. Once we have a successful model, we can try building a little more real-life complexity back into it, step by step, but the models will always be vastly simpler than the real life itself. Otherwise, they would be too complex to analyze. Sometimes there is no workable alternative to model building. For example, biologists ask why two-sex reproduction is the norm for animals, since reproduction by three sexes or none is possible in principle. If you want to understand why a phenomenon doesn't occur, you can't go out and observe and measure it. Instead, of a good strategy is to build hypothetically models of the phenomenon to see how it goes wrong. You might study a model where both two-sex reproduction and three-sex or non-sex or no-sex reproduction occur to see which does better, perhaps in achieving genetic variation within the species, which enables it to adapt evolutionary to changes in the environment. Such models aim not to predict over observed qualities but to explain an absence. Models in philosophy. Humans are a classic example of messy complex systems. In one way or another, much though not all of philosophy is about humans. Thus, moral and political philosophy mainly concern a good human life and a good human society. Philosophy of science concerns human science. Philosophy of art concerns human art. Philosophy of language concerns human language, though philosophy of mind pays some attention to non-human animal minds. Its main focus is on human minds, and in any case, non-human minds are messy, complex systems too, both in principle epistemology concern and all knowledge. In practice, it mainly concerns human knowledge. Logic and metaphysics are partial exceptions, since they tend to deal with matters so basic that messy complexity is less relevant and informative. Precise exceptional as laws can be formulated. For the rest, however, one might expect a model building strategy to be appropriated. This is not how most philosophers have seen it. Many still aim at exceptional as universal laws, even about messy complex systems. Humans, for whom natural scientists have mainly abandoned that ambition. In that respect, philosophers have done their field the service by inadvertently setting it up for failure, making it search for something that isn't there. People who contrast progress in a natural science oh, science with deadlock in philosophy often do so on the basis of a false image of each side, failing to appreciate how much scientific progress consists in building better models. They fail to ask how much philosophical progress consists in building better models too. We have already seen an example of progressive modeling in philosophy. Epistemic logic advances in just that way. Its models are not universal laws. They involve grossly unrealistic simplifications. Nevertheless, they cast light on human knowledge in the manner of a scientific model. How much time? 5 hours and a half. We're almost there, boys. We're really like 10 minutes away. I genuinely believe. When philosophers work with probabilities, they typically use models without empathizing the facts. For instance, epistemologists often use a lottery as simple model of uncertainty to make things define. Suppose that exactly 1,000 tickets have been sold, numbered in order. There's just one winner chosen at random. Thus, if you have one ticket, its probability of losing is 999 out of 1,000. when chances in play like this, how probably should a statement be for you to believe it? You might decide that requiring 100% certainly is an reasonably high standard and resolve to believe whatever has a probability of at least 95%. Immediately you have a problem. By your rule, you believe that the winning ticket number is at least 51, since that is 95% probable, and you believe that the winning number is at almost 950, because that 2 is 95% probable, but you refuse to believe that the winning number is but between 51 and 950 inclusive, because that combined statement is only 90% of probable. Thus, you believe each of two statements separately, but you refuse to put them together. To believe their conjunction, it's really accepting is British and is criminal, but refusing to accept is British criminal about the same person. A politician who did that on TV debate could be made to look very stupid by opponents, at least with voters who cared about consistency. You might think that 95% was a bad choice of their hold for belief and choose a different theirs hold instead for instance 99%, corresponding to the rule believe what is at least 99% probable, but a little calculation shows that the only theirs hold for belief which avoid all such lottery problems 0% and 100%, since a theirs hold of percents fuck. If you think about the lottery model, I was here. You can quickly identify some of its simplifying assumptions. For instance, it assumes that you know exactly how many tickets have been sold. In practice, the organization running the lottery may not announce or even know how many tickets have been sold. Even if they announce a number, you may give a non-zero probability to the hypothesis that they are mistaken or lying. Then you may also give a non-zero probability to the winning number being 1001, since more than 1000 tickets may have been sold, and you may give a higher probability to the winning number being 1, then so it's being 1000, since fewer than 1000 tickets may have been sold. But taking account of all those realistic complication is not time well spent. Thinking about the simple model goes more quickly to the heart of the problem. When more complex probabilistic models are needed to understand more intricate problems, mathematically minded epistemologists constructs them too. In philosophy of language, model building goes back at least to Carnap. To understand what he was up to, we first need some background in semantics, the theory of meaning. A striking feature of human language is that once you master a few words and grammatical constructions, you can use them to build a potential infinite of meaningful sentences. For instance, Picasso slept, Picasso's hunt slept, Picasso's hunt slept. and so on. You can understand them even if you never heard of or read them before. The central project of modern semantics is to explain how the meaning of a complex expression like one of the quote sentences is determined by the meanings of the simpler components of which it is composed, like Picasso hand slapped and the possessive s, and how they are put together. Cats scratch dogs and dogs scratch cats have different meanings, but the same components, nor is the meaning of a sentence a mere list of the meanings of its component words, since that would make the sentences a mere list of words. Such lists to do not say anything true or false, unlike sentences. For example, the sentences Napoleon died in 1815 says something false, while Napoleon died in 1821 says something true. He did died in 1821. Thus, the meaning of words and other expressions must be able to combine with each other so that the sentences can say something true or false. To explain how much combining can work, one needs a clear story about what meanings are. This whole vast project is called compositional semantics, to which both philosophers of language and linguists have contributed before Kant. Logicians made considerable progress in positioning semantics by treating the meaning of an expression as its extension, its actual application out there in the world. At its simplest, the extension of the name Picasso is the name Picasso, the man Picasso himself. The extension of the noun cat is all cats. The extension of a sentence is simply true or falsity, depends on whatever it says something actually true or false. Thus, the extension of Napoleon died in 1815 is falsity, while the extension of Napoleon died in 1821 is true. Extensional semantics, this kind of compositional semantics, explains how the extension of a complex linguistic expression is determined by the extensions of the simpler expression which is composed and how they are combined. The approach turned out to work very nicely for sentences built up using logic words such as and, or, not, every, and some, which already enable one to build up more and more complex sentences. See box 3 for some rules of extension semantics closely related to the rules for the same words in Capture 3 and box 1 on logic games. However, extensional semantics run into a roadblock with modal words such as can and must, or possibility and necessarily. Compositional semantics should apply to them. For example, the meaning of the possible Napoleon died in 1815 is composed for the meaning of the word possible combined with the meaning of the simpler sentences Napoleon died in 1815. Since external semantics equates the meaning of the sentence with its true value, it implies that when the meaning of possible combines with the true value of Napoleon died in 1815, the result is true value of possibility Napoleon died in 1815. The true value of Napoleon died in 1815 is falsity, while the true value of possibility Napoleon died in 1815, understood in the relevant way, is true. Although he didn't die in 1815, he could have done. Those extensional semantics implies when the meaning of possibility combines with falsity, the result is true. But now consider an unconscious sentence like some dogs are not dogs. The true value of some dogs are not dogs is falsity, while the true value of possible some dogs are not dogs is also falsity. It couldn't be that some dogs are not dogs, but extensional semantics implies that when the meaning of possibility combines with the true value of some dogs are not dogs, the result is the true value of possibility some dogs are not dogs. In other words, when the meaning of possibility combines with falsity, the result is falsity. Hence, extensional semantics makes inconsistency predictions about the result, the meaning of possibility combined with falsity for similar reasons. It makes inconsistency predictions about the results when the meaning of necessarily combines with true. Carnap realizes that extension carry to limit information for the meaning of model words like possibility, possible, and necessarily to work on the underlying problem is the extensional semantics only considers extensions in the actual world. Various model words are sensitive to extensions in non-actual but possible words too. To solve the problem of developing a compositional semantic for model words like possibly, the equated meanings with intention rather than extensions, the intention of a word or sentence is the entire spectrum of its extension across all possible worlds, actual and non-actual. Carnap showed up the meaning of possible combines with an intention of any sentence A to give the intention an extension of possible A, and likewise for necessarily. In effect, he interpreted possible as in some possible world and necessarily as if in every possible world. Thus, instead of extensional semantics, Carnap gave an intentional semantics for model words. He also showed how whatever extensional semantic works well, it can easily be turned into intentional semantics. If you want a taste of intentional semantics, Carnap gave a complete intentional semantics for an artificial formal language. Every formula, however complex, has an intention determined step by step for the intentions of the simplest constituents of which it is composed. It is a much more sophisticated model of meaning than extensional semantics, though the work of Richard Montague, Saul Script, David Lewis, and many others. Carnap's intentional semantics has massively influenced both philosophy of language and semantics as a branch of linguistics. Although the models have become still more elaborate, they preserved the crucial move from extensions to intentions. Carnap worked in more model building spirit than his predecessors. He did not construct his formal language to the mathematics in order to reveal the hidden essence of all language. He constructed a simple model language to demonstrate a way for words like possible and necessarily to work. He thereby casts light on natural languages too. As we learn even more of the extraordinary complexity underlying even the most ordinary conversations, philosophers of language and linguistics will have to rely increasingly on a model building methodology. Working models contain examples and error fragility. Models are fun, you can play with them. That's just not as an incidental side benefit. It's what they are for. In both natural science and philosophy, we learn by manipulation, playing about if you can't manipulate the real thing. A good second best is often manipulate a model of it. You can fiddle with this or that component, changing it slightly to see what difference it makes, what varies with that, and what way that you come to understand more deeply how the model works If the model is any good, you thereby come to understand better how the real thing works too. For instance, you can arbitrage change how English works to see that what to see what difference it makes, but you can arbitrage change the rules of an artificial language, how calculate the consequences. To be easily manipulated, as a model should be defined in mathematically or logically precise and tractable terms. If the definition is vague or too complicated, its consequences are unclear. One has to fall back on all one's prior philosophical instincts to guess how it behaves instead of using the model to test those instincts. By contrast, a well-defined model allows one to calculate rigorously how it and variations on it behave by passing those prior instincts, and so to learn something unexpected. With a model building methodology, rigor and playfulness go naturally together. The rigor of model building is not the rigor most philosophers are used to. Traditional philosophical rigor requires dismissing a claim once a counter example to it has been given. In that sense, most models are born refuted because they involve false simplifying assumptions. For instance, models in epistemic logic typically idealize way away from the logical imperfections of normal humans. Some philosophers dismiss those models accordingly. In physics, models of the solar system may treat the planet as a point mass, as if all its mass were concentrated at its center. Of course, physicists know what planets are not point masses and do not behave exactly like them. Nevertheless, physicists do not dismiss such models, for they also for they also know that much can be learned from them. By contrast, if one tried to write into the model a fully accurate description of the planet with all its craters and bumps, the result would be too complicated to permit calculation. It takes skill to distinguish amongst the features of model those which have lessons to teach us from those which are mere artifacts of the need of keeping things simple. Philosophers are having to learn that skill. To many philosophers, dismissing the true counterexample rather than the false generalization seems like a disregard for truth. It would indeed be intellectually irresponsible to go on believing the generalization in the fact of a clear counterexample, but that's not how model building attitude. One can recognize that a generalization is both false and a key component for a model that points us towards genuine truth. If counterexamples don't refute the model, what does? Within the model building methodology, what displays a model is better model. Part of its superiority may be that it delays more adequately with counterexamples to the old model, but it should also reproduce in its own way the old model's success. A new model with the combination of virtues may be very hard to find. Model building contracts with methodologies of conjectures and refutations championed by the philosopher of science Karl Popper. At a crude version of his view, scientists put forward blood conjectures, informative universal generalization, which can be falsified but never verified. A single negative instance, a counterexample, will falsity the generalization. No finite number of positive instances will verify it. Scientists do their utmost to refute it by finding such a counterexample. Once it is refuted, they put forward another bold conjecture, and so on. One problem for such a falsificationist methodology is both natural science and philosophy is that it is error fragile. In other words, a single mistake can have disastrous consequences. For suppose that we are testing a bold conjecture and take ourselves to have found a counterexample as good falsification is, we dismiss the conjunct and go on to the next one. But what if the counterexample was a mistake? We are fallible. Sometimes we misjudge an instance or two. In that case, the original conjecture may have been true after all, but we never return to it. We are too busy testing new bold conjectures. Philosophers' reliance on counterexample can be alarmingly close to crude falsificationism. Once a counterexample is accepted, there's no going back on it. By contrast, the model building methodology is much less error fragile, for it gives no such decisive power to a single judgment. Models are compared over a variety of dimensions. None of this means that philosophy should go over entirely to a model building methodology. In some areas, such as logic, we have found many true and informative universal generalization. In others, good models may be too much to expect. Even where good models are available, as in epistemology, we may do best using several methods, for each independently pulls in the same direction. That's stronger evidence that it's the right direction. Such a combination of methods is more robust unless they pull the opposite directions. The potential of the model building methodology for philosophy is only beginning to be explored. Its scope and limits should be clear 50 years from now. Alright, conclusion: the future of psychology. Psychology is a science to do its own right, interconnected with the others and autonomous as they are. It is also under constant pressure to be something else: lifestyle advice or political polemic, nor moralizing sermon or grammar lesson, godless religion or unreliable literature, pop physics or pop biology, pop psychology or pop neuroscience, calculation or opinion poll. These pressures are hard to withstand because they are expressed deep-rooted, rough, conflicting expectations of philosophy and play on philosophers' own insecurities about their field. Most of all, they depend on incomprehension amongst both philosophers and non-philosophers of how philosophy could be what it is. I hope that this book will do something to reduce the incomprehension, whatever or not it does. Who knows how well philosophy will survive the cultural prejudices against any enterprise of its kind. Still, philosophy arises from natural drive in articulate human curiosity to go on sort of extreme in its questions and a determination to use the most apt methods available to answer them. No substitutes accepted. That drive and that determination will not easily become extinct. Progress in philosophical theories makes for progress in philosophical methods, and progress in philosophical methods makes for progress in philosophical theories. Serialize the toolbox of methods shown in this book can be improved just as other sciences improve their methods. It will happen not by some melodramatic breaking with the past, but by difficult interactive process of self-refinement. Perhaps some reader of this book will contribute to that process. Well, as you can see, now there's references here, we hand here. Guys, it was an interesting book, absolutely. Okay, I still have to process all this information, but I hope you still like my effort, and if you did, please leave a like and please subscribe to my channel, because I don't have any subscribers yet, but I'll get there, and I believe that this video is going to help me to get there. Thank you very much, everyone, and